This isn't a VN. It's a top tier VN. Hello, Cyan, Who, and Echo. How's it going? Melty, I think you're watching out there somewhere in the world. Guys, we're playing Sin's Memories of the Starry Sky. It's part of the Memories Off series. The only VN I've ever played is Phoenix Wright. Well, you played 1,000 of them, though. This is part of the Memories Off series. It was never localized. The entire series has never been localized in English. And finally, we have a spin-off game, so no previous knowledge required. A spin-off game has been finally localized, and I got a code for it, and I was like, what? I got a code for this? And I was super happy about it, and I am stoked to play it. Hello, Melty. Not tapped in with VNs. I knew about this series since before the PS3. Since the PS3 days. But it's when I was looking at stuff on like PlayAsia, what's localized, like. No English release, but still English subtitles? No. Memories off. No English. Oh shit, we got an opening. Yeah, we've been playing a lot of simpler VNs from the West. This is not one of those. If you knew about it before the PS3 days, you would have been more tapped in VNs than me. No, since the PS3 days. Since the PS3 days. I amended it. Everything began from those Sin's memories of that day. By the way, no English, don't ask. You already know. Back then. It's not even available in English. Well, was it the language the devs intended? You can play it with Japanese text, though. No English voice acting, but Japanese text, absolutely. Hey, if you're good with Japanese audio, that might be a good way to learn. But I'm not.
はいはい。で、誰なの？どんな仕事？
Hello, Quizish, how are you? I was burdened with a sin.
お前はここにいろ。何言ってんの？俺も行くよ。待てよ。
Back with normal but good games. I hope this game is great. Not just good. We'll see. Only time will tell.
待ってくれ、兄貴。
Wait for me. I cried out for dear life and it flew through the almost illusory landscape. And it was directed at... Huh? A familiar face looked down at me. But see, the Pinocchio thing was interesting. Just... Those games are very, very simple. If they're doing exactly what they want to do, that's fine. I mean, it's a competent game for what it is, but it's something anyone could do. The art is what really makes it worthwhile. The puzzles were absolutely something I wouldn't have included, definitely. Playing two Yakuzas at the same time. I hope one of them is Ishin, otherwise you're kinda screwing yourself up, aren't you? News on the Persona 5 Tactica New Game Plus front level doesn't carry over. So what's New Game Plus? What does carry over? You didn't announce Putin when you played Pinocchio? Well, I'll wait to see if he dies or conquers the world before saying anything. If Putin conquers the entire world, I love him and wish him the best. Please don't kill me. Just the Persona companion? Oh shit. With a breath caught in my throat, I could see my foolish reflection in a pair of dignified black eyes hovering over me. What the? Yeah. Those dark eyes narrowed as I gave that non-answer. Is the audio level good? You're doing 6 in the man who erased his name? Well, I would think those conflict in the story, but I don't want to ask because he would answer and that would be his point. Some of the fusions are locked behind New Game Plus. So basically you should go get through the game as fast as possible in New Game, and then do everything you want in New Game Plus, I guess, right? It goes away on the 16th. Well, maybe buy a game. It was 17 bucks, 17 euros last week. I didn't buy it because I didn't have any money. I would have bought it for sure. Ishin as well. Ishin was 17 euros. Those dark eyes narrowed as I gave that non-answer. Her lips curled into a smile and her hair drifted to the side with a slight tilt of her head. I couldn't help but find each and every movement striking, and only pulled me further from slumber. You're Chihaya? I thought Junia talked. Yeah, his voice is... He has a voice. You should increase their voices, I think. Like, you know a VN is a good VN when each character you can customize their volume individually. You got a little sister character, do I? Why not all at the same time? That's here. Voice volume. I guess I'm dumb and I'm doing it on the wrong place. But now it's done, so I'm not touching it again. That's what I'm saying. This is a good. This is the top of the VN ladder. Chihaya giggled, rising to her feet. Chihaya, where are we? I don't cover up the portrait. I am, I guess. Childhood friend. I had finally returned to the real world after being trapped in a dream. Chihaya. Chihaya mischievously spun her finger out in front of her chest and pointed toward the woman at her side. You could pantomime the portraits? I could. I knew who this person was as well. Her name is in the menu. Hinata. Hinata Ise. No amnesia. I know their names. I gave a half-hearted smile in response, but the look in her eyes behind those glasses told me it had been a joke. What's that supposed to mean? Very appropriate. Let's do it. I'm clearly not cut out to be Sleeping Beauty. Ah. My response was cut short by a yawn that I could no longer hold back. I may have been conscious, but I needed a little more time to fully come to my senses. My bad. I was up all night working.
そうだったの？大丈夫？
She looked concerned and leaned toward me, but I gently fended her off with my hand. No matter how long we had been friends, I honestly thought it was improper for a man and woman to be in such close proximity. Chihaya had always been terrible at invading my personal space. I was used to it by now, but... You said so in the afternoon. Yeah. Is there a new game plus? Are you gonna do it immediately? Yeah, I got the hint. It would be bad if people started spreading rumors about our esteemed Chihaya here. Chihaya herself, however, was acting like her usual self and remained oblivious to our concerns. Now, there's a super boss in your game plus. Are you going to try to plat? Or... Not your game of the year? You might put it over Rebirth? Okay, interesting. Chihaya and I met a long time ago, back when we were in kindergarten. And was Rebirth #1 for you? There's a recency bias? Yeah, I know. She didn't quite understand at the time that she was a high-class lady in a different social stratum. If I'd learned anything from living in this area, it was that everyone knew of the distinguished, reputable Ojo family of Sumisora. Chihaya's father was an active local politician. Her grandfather had once held a similar position, which made their bloodline all the more prestigious. Man, like Animal Well? For me, Rebirth really tainted itself. It's kind of hard for me to be objective about it anymore. Oh, you haven't played Animal Well? Okay. What do I have over it? I don't know, man. Did I play any games from this year? Oh, well, since memories. No, seriously. Let's take a look. By the way, I can only get one more plat before 300. Alright, so this year... This year I played Jusant, but I think that was last year. This is all okay, the card. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Home Stars, obviously. You know what? Crow Country is my game of the year. That might actually be true. Since Unicorn Overlord is Atlas, I have to bring Metaphor below Rebirth. Played all the Yakuza games in Japanese, I'm getting used to the voices. Yeah. And they just suit the setting of the game too, right? It's kinda weird how we treat multiplayer games in later discussions. I think I've only played Persona 3 Remake. The 12th might be Game of the Year, Malatra is addictive and it's not so fun when you aren't winning. Watching David play it didn't look fun. Yeah, it wasn't. That's the problem. You can't. If you can enjoy a game and only play a little bit of it, but to have an honest discussion about is this game like the best game of this year, or like to rate it or something, you can't pick and choose. You gotta judge it for everything that's there, right? Like let's imagine that the Bigfoot Journey game that I played the other day. The comic was fine, but then there were those mazes that you were like, what the fuck is this? It's the same thing. Like, that's the entire game, is both things. Rebirth is not just the golden path, right? It's not just the main story. And as fun as some of the side stories are, some of those other side stories are incredibly bland. Some of them are bad. And the minigames, if you are completing them, they are incredibly bad. I was having a conversation about that on another stream I was watching before I streamed this afternoon. Where people were just throwing out their most hated minigame. Like, some of them were like mentioning the frogs, some of them were mentioning the chocobo gliding. I was mentioning the cactuars, and like, you think about them. If you do the golden path, that's fine, but if you want to complete the game, all of it is incredibly bad. Like, even the 3D brawler. Remember the 3D brawler? You can't do it without pausing. Suicide Squad? Absolutely. I blame Ubisoft. So do I. I have a big issue with Rebirth. Like, the moment I climbed the first tower to unlock the map, I was like, what the fuck is this game? Why? Why am I doing this in Final Fantasy VII? Why am I climbing a tower to unlock the map? Prince of Persia game? I believe that game is great. I haven't played it, but it does look amazing. It does look really fun. Infinite World side stories are actually fun for the most part. It does have, like, those games are also like, if you go and judge the whole, they also have the shogi and the mahjong, and like, if that wasn't tied to any sort of completion list, then I could ignore it. If it is tied to a completion list, like, I don't think I can. I don't think it should be ignored then. Like, let's think about Shenmue, right? Shenmue, you don't get anything. There's absolutely zero incentive to play Space Harrier in the arcade, right? So I don't care if it's hard or easy or whatever, if it's balanced, you can ignore it without affecting your completion. If it's tied to completion, I don't think it can be. Shogi, you cheat at Shogi? How dare you? Oh, it's we're playing a game. It's safe to assume that a fine young lady like Chihaya was nothing short of perfect if she belonged to such an amazing family. Just some completion list stuff? Yeah, but it does affect things. Like, you can't finish the last side quest in Rebirth if you don't do the 3D brawler and a bunch of other shit. Zero's the... Huh? Where minigames get away for the side, get in the way for the side story? You have to play all the arcade games for Zero. But also the karaoke, I am stuck in Zero on a karaoke thing that I can't get enough points on. So you need like 90. And I can't finish... No, I think I did that. No, I have 2 side quests that are stuck in dancing battles. That's it. The dancing battles at Maharaja. Two. Hey, PPD, how are you? She tried not to flaunt her fortunate upbringing, but it really was just something she aspired to hide, even though she actually couldn't. Even so, we were childhood friends, despite my being raised in a normal household. Objectively speaking, even I thought it was weird that I could speak so openly with someone like Chihaya. Our university friends had gone so far as to grill me about our conversations, but...
本当に大丈夫？少し休んだ方がいいんじゃない？
That's fast. Not simply having an ordinary chat with a friend.
千早様、甘やかしてはいけません。ひなた。
It seemed like she wanted to interject, but Hinata immediately turned her attention back to me and continued.
体調管理も仕事のうちでしょ、純也さん。それに、何でも屋の仕事と学業との両立が大変なのは最初から分かっていた話。それでもやると決めたんだからやり通しなさい。
Felt like I was being lectured by a teacher or parent, but it didn't make her words any less true, and I was left with no choice but to unconditionally surrender. It's a good VN. I don't. I just started it. I'm hoping it is, but I just started it. It's a famous series though, so I'm assuming, yeah. Huh, you're exactly right, Hinata-san.
茶化さないでください。
Hinata looked away, seemingly bashful, but quickly regained their composure.
それに純也さん、徹夜と言いましたが本当はお仕事ではないでしょ。
Huh, impressive, Hinata. The full surrender, promptly for the second time. I held up both hands in the feet at Hinata's side, as if to say, good grief.
バレバレです。そうなの？昨日は純也さんが好きな作家の小説の発売日でしたから。
Uh-oh. Yare, yare.
そっか。
Both of you know me so well.
たまたま小さい頃から一緒だっただけでしょ。そう。たまたま家族ぐるみで15年。
We've been friends for years and you call her Chihaya-sama. Chihaya looked back and forth between me and Hinata somewhat happily. Just as she said, three of us had been friends since childhood, but...
であれば、純也さんには北条家と付き合いのある人間として、もう少ししっかりしていただきたいものです。
Imagine being a weep. I don't have to imagine it. This was the typical template Hinata followed when lecturing me. I needed to change the topic. You said you needed to talk. To me or to Suigendo?
それも含めての相談。でも、多分水源堂にお願いすることになるかな。
I see. In that case, rather than having you repeat yourself twice, let's go talk to my brother. Crap, I was apparently still under that dream's influence. Your expressions faltered simultaneously. Never mind. Better get going. I have work after this, and I'm meeting up with Jin-san. There's honestly no rush, but I didn't want them to see how pathetic I was. As long as it's not urgent, can we take care of this another time?
もちろん、仕事を優先してちょうだい。お仕事ならお急ぎください。
Like... They both nodded and returned to their usual calm selves, seemingly out of consideration for my feelings. Thank you, I gotta go. Oh, my screen is dirty. There's a spot. I cleaned it up. Although I was more grateful than I let on, I spun on my heel and started to run.
Junya, お兄さんの夢を見てたのかしら。おそらくはこの時期ですので。もう1年になるのね。
Maybe I'll take the dive, which dive? Finally play some of those Type Moon VMs. Oh! I bought Melty Blood and it's awesome. You should get it.
ねえ、ひなた。私、冷静を保ってたつもりなんだけど、顔に出てなかった。
Oh, you do? Oh. We need to fight.
心配ないでしょ。千早様には心を隠すなんて芸当できませんからね。
I'm a little salty that Fate Stay Night Remastered didn't launch on PlayStation.
それどういう意味？それに顔なんて見なくても千早様のお心は純也さんには伝わっていますよ。それはどういう意味？行きましょう。おじさまがお待ちです。あ、ずるい。
Time for raincoat. They have the option of giving me a coda. I met up with Jin-san and we drove over to today's work site in the Sugendo company car. Sugendo, a community-based general store that we, the Mizumoto family, operated. Jin-san was one of our employees. He'd been working for Sugendo for as long as I could remember, but the exact number of years was lost on me. He was practically a member of the family at this point.
さて、頼むぜ、ジュン。仕事はまあいつものって感じだ。
Well, it's pretty vague, isn't it?
依頼主は材木座の有働さんな。
Oh, sure, you got it. With Sugendo being a general store, it was our job to pretty much do anything and everything. It was mostly physical labor ranging from staples like weeding and moving assistance to minor household repairs and downtown crowd control. We genuinely did everything. Downtown crowd control. Wouldn't that be a police job? Proud of what? We were often asked to perform a wide variety of odd one-off jobs for local residents, but there were some exceptions with our regular customers needing the usual. Is that a blowjob? Which was great and all, but I wasn't an official Sugendo employee. I was in my third year of university, so my primary occupation was that of a student. Although I was a member of the family, I only worked part-time. What the hell is the usual?
しかし晴れてくれてよかったぜ。この仕事は雨じゃ厳しいからな。
Jin-san was right. We could work through this particular job with ease under clear skies. Jin-san at the steering wheel, I was left to rock to the car's oscillations in the passenger seat. The lack of sleep and steady rocking of the vehicle almost made it feel like an adult-sized cradle, but I couldn't afford to doze off. We got a job to do! Me?
しかし、遅刻なんて順らしくないな。俺じゃあるまいし。
Still, it's weird for you. Huh? No, he said it. That you got a job to do, me, is such a Japanese decoded sentence, isn't it? It's like you can hear it. And it makes sense in Japanese, but not in English. Jin-san glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. Stayed up later than I meant to, reading a book. Oh, don't tell my old man. I'll treat you to a drink later.
買収には乗らねえぞ、ジュン。
His strict stance only lasted for a second before he flashed me a wide grin.
2本だ。
Fine. Despite what he said, I could picture Jin-san handing the second drink to me after work. That was just the kind of person he was. He'd likely say, I can do whatever I want with what's given to me, right?
なんだ？
Nothing.
20分で着く。眠いなら寝てていいぞ。
I'll be fine. When we stopped on a red light at the intersection, Jin-san flipped on his right blinker. Jin-san, that's the wrong way.
何？
Your blinker. We're not headed to the right.
ああ、海沿 い通りたい気分でさ。
Jin-san. They gave him a deliberate glare, earning a resigned smile in return.
わーったよ。今日は山登りコースだ。
The light turned green, he urged the car to the left. There was a long, healing road up ahead. Sorry to be a pain.
そんなんじゃねえよ。
I'm alright now, okay?
自分で言うやつは大抵大丈夫じゃないんだよ。
After a short while, Jin-san quietly murmured to himself.
1年か。
Yeah. A year had passed since then. My older brother, Takaya Mizumoto, had died in a traffic accident. He was 7 years older than me, and everyone looked up to him. Yes, Takaya was my older brother, and everyone's hero. Although he could be strict at times, he was kind, dependable, and would always lend a helping hand if someone asked for it. I'm sure it would sound fake if I were to say he could make friends with anyone, but he was generally that sort of person. We started with a flashback of him. Takaya was, in reality, always at the center of any interpersonal groups, whether it was among friends, with the locals, or otherwise. Maybe I could call him a facilitator. Takaya was truly skilled at making connections with people and bringing them together. Planets congregated and revolved around the radiant sun in a smooth, miraculous fashion. That was the sort of person Takaya had been. From where I stood, everyone had always looked so happy whenever they were with him. Takaya never ceased to amaze me, and I was genuinely excited to watch him when I was younger. Heroes really do exist. That's my big brother. It was the sort of impression I had of him. But I started to see things for what they really were. The differences between myself and Takaya. Although we were siblings, we couldn't be more different. I didn't have the sort of personality that attracted others. I could be kind to everyone, but I didn't have the wisdom nor the strength to help those in need. Unlike him, I wasn't the sun. Nothing went smoothly with me at the center. Everyone had something they're good at. If you want to find out what that is, you need to connect with others, or be with those who become even better people when you're with them. Takaya had once said that to me. It wasn't an especially difficult concept, but I couldn't be like Takaya.
おい、じゃん。
あ
なんだ。悪かったよ。
Why are you apologizing, Jin-san? If anything, I should apologize to him, as everything he said was the truth.
まだ1年か。
That's right. The conversation trailed off. We made our way up the mountain without slowing down. I see we don't have a lot of choices in this one.
はい。
こんにちは。昨日お電話いただきました。水源堂です。
はいはい、今行きます。
I do have a guide, but seeing as how I haven't made any choices yet, this is gonna be a big game. Yo, ho! She tottered down the hall with a heap of books in hand and headed for the stairs. How many dozens more trips would we make with these today?
しかしよくまあこんなに溜め込むもんだ。前に来てから半年も経ってないのに。
You're right. Muto-san was a regular client of Suigendo's. He was a bit, quite a bookworm who had crammed their apartment full of books. Over the last couple of years, she would call and arrange for us to deliver her books to the second-hand book drop-off whenever she eventually ran out of space to sleep.
ま、お客様の事情に口を出すのは仕事じゃねえな。しかしじゃん、それ多くないか？こけんなよ。
I can handle it. As I said that, I went to go down the stairs ahead of Jin-san when... I ran into a small girl who had just about raced down the stairs. Oof! I nearly dropped the pile of books, but somehow managed to keep my balance.
言わんこっちゃない。半分持つよ。
Please do.
すみません、考え事してて。
The girl I had bumped into bowed her head apologetically. He was shorter than Misora, possibly a high schooler? No, maybe a middle schooler? It's my fault. I guess I should ask, but you didn't hurt yourself, right?
いえ、大丈夫。
The girl looked at me with her mouth still slightly ajar. Kind of an unusual reaction. Uh-huh. A choice. Can I? Oh, you sure you're okay? The same girl who had been staring at me in a daze practically pushed me out of the way and went up the stairs without a word. She ran toward the room furthest inside, all but dove in to get away, then closed the door. What the?
一目惚れじゃない？純也は年下にモテるから、愛のちゃんにライバル登場だな。
Oh no. Jin-san looked incredibly amused, and wait, why bring up Aino-chan's name there?
くれぐれも法律に触れることすんなよな。
That's a good lesson to have. Would you lay off and help me load this stuff up?
Hey, hey!
That appears to be everything. As always, we will be taking these books into our care.
次も頼むね。
The room was fairly pristine now, but it would likely be packed with books in less than 6 months. Sooner or later, these books would fall over, and she'd find herself in a real dilemma after they swallowed her up. That wasn't for me to worry about. Alright, please excuse me. I bowed politely and hopped in the car where Jin-san was waiting. These bright backgrounds are great for seeing if there's any dirt on my monitor. That's what I get for always using dark mode.
さて、本屋でも行こうかな。ああ、あずさちゃん。騒がしくてごめんなさいね。
今の人たちは。
水源堂だよ。何でも屋の。
何でも屋ですか。
便利な連中だよ。この辺では重宝されてる。八幡宮のあたりに店があるんだ。あずさちゃんも何かあったら頼むといいよ。
八幡宮のあたり。
いいかな。じゃあ私は本屋行くから。
あ、すみません。ありがとうございました。
いいよ。あずさちゃんと話せてよかった。
水源堂。そんなことって。そんなことって。
Did she know my mother? This is my stuff. I had him parked in front of Sumisara station and only I got out. Jin-san was headed to meet with the vendor of the drop-off location for the second-hand books, which is where they would be appraised. I wouldn't be of much help to him if I did tag along, so I had him drop me off along the way.
ガソリン代を節約しようなんてさすが跡継ぎ。一発に経営意識が芽生えてるな。
It's not like that. My old man said as much the other day. You use our vehicles for personal use, it's going to come out of your salary.
おやっさんがよく言う冗談だよ。知ってんだろ。
The truth is, Misora asked me to grab stuff for dinner.
それなら仕方ない。社長命令よりみそらちゃん命令の方が優先度は高い。
Misora was my little sister. She was going to have a third year in high school this spring. She was going to be a third year in high school this spring. Would soon have her hands full with entrance exams. Still, she spared no effort when it came to household chores and finding bargains, and she always made sure to text me a shopping list of her shoko. Then again, her entrance exams are coming up, and I'd like to lighten her workload.
いやー、みそらちゃん自身がいらない気遣いだって怒るんじゃないか。家事は自分の役目だってさ。
Yeah, you're probably right. We had no water in our home. She got sick and passed away shortly before Misora enrolled in elementary school. Her father and Takaya had raised her ever since. At some point along the way, Misora had taken over all of the housework and was promoted to our manager at Suigendo. Neither I nor our old man could defy her. Alright, would you mind taking care of the rest?
あいよ。今日は直帰する。晩も明日戻すから。
Jin-san waved to me from the car window and took off. Alright, let's knock out this shopping. Just now. No, I must be seeing things. Kanagawa Prefecture, Sumisara City. It was common knowledge that this was one of the primary tourist locations that represented the entire Kanto region. Tourists traveled far and wide, year-round, to check out the various shrines and temples, like the Sumisara Buddha statue, the Sumisara Hachiman Shrine, as well as the Zenyarai Benzaiten Shrine. The autumn months were especially packed with students on field trips. Beachgoers littered the coast over the summer, and there was often a huge turnout at Ashikajima, where there was an aquarium famous for its dolphin shows. This upcoming Golden Week peak travel season for the city. Although the beach wasn't open to the public yet, droves of people came to Buddha statue, Hashiman Shrine, and Ashikajima looking for a good time. There was a sharp decline in visitors last year due to a record-setting infectious outbreak, but everyone was excited to make up for lost time. This simultaneously meant an increase in work for Suigendo, the local general store. We got COVID in this game. Small-time requests such as door hinges in poor shape or cracked tile on a person's floor came in on a daily basis. Well, my old man took on the majority of those tasks. Clients would pay the shop and then Suigendo would take its cut. Once all was said and done, I would use what money I earned to purchase ingredients for today's dinner. You could really feel the economy moving. Looking at Misora's list. Yep, bought everything.
Oi! Jin-chan!
At the greengrocer across the street, the shopping district chairman waved to me as he walked over. Hello.
ちょうどよかった。修理の話、あれいつ頃になりそう？
The sunshade, right? The parts should arrive tomorrow. the chairman's shop had mobile-style sunshades, awnings, to use the proper name, which were old and moved poorly, so Sugendo performed annual maintenance. The awnings themselves had been installed decades ago, and they utilized oddly shaped bolts. These had poor mobility once they wore out, so we swapped them out periodically, but the manufacturer had long since gone out of business, so there was nowhere to procure them from. My father had asked a favor of a factory he was familiar with and had them manufacture the bolts on a made-to-order basis. These were the sorts of jobs a general shop undertook when they had long-held roots in their local area. I can handle the installation myself, and we should be able to make it in time for the weekend, even if the company president is away.
助かるよ。ところで、あの子は友達かい？
Huh? I looked to where the chairman pointed.
あれ？いなくなっちまった。
I'm sorry, miss. I thought this was Dave's channel, and I see you're wearing cat ears. Why not both? Hello, Throw. How are you? Thank you for the 85 months of subscribing. Appreciate it very much. Arigato.
小さな女の子がジュン君をじっと見つめてたように見えたんだが。
Maybe a friend of Mizura's? She does come to the office once in a while.
いや、そんな感じでもなかったけどな。
First I confused David with a woman, then a Japanese guy. It's Yasuke Sinaira. Speaking of, it's Yasuke Sinaira's father's birthday today. Today, the 11th. So we have dinner tomorrow, I guess. Technically today. Tomorrow. It's like this she was today.
まあいいや。じゃあ頼んだよ。
Fuck Kevin. Yes, sir. I will let the company president know. Once the chairman went back into the shop, I turned back around one more time. I see our families just share birthdays all the time, Echo. What's going on? You gotta find someone whose birthday is on the 1st. Echo's niece was pretty useful in this Gaia 3, I remember. Funny that my sis and niece have a birthday 5 days apart. Yeah, and so my me and my dad. I guess it's 6 days apart. You don't remember I named characters after people in this Gaia 3, and Echo's niece was one of them? I believe the archer, right? Not the archer. The healer. Don't remember. Sometimes I really don't understand some game releases. I know exactly the character portrait, but I think it's the healer. The archer dresses in a more warrior fashion. Yeah, exactly. It's the healer, the cleric, as it's called in the game. Yep. Healer never rotates out. We were just saying, like, Fate Stay Night Remastered is on Switch and Steam, not on PlayStation. NIS ported a bunch of PlayStation 2 games to Switch, never ported them to PlayStation, but now Phantom Brave Remastered just released on PlayStation. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm happy it is, but why not the other ones? Why are we only getting Phantom Brave? I mean, I would love to play Soul Nomad because it was like 200 euros. It's one of the rarest games on PlayStation 2. There's another Saga game to remaster out there. I said NIS, not Square Enix. I'm not sure. Are we pretending like these companies have a coherent strategy in game? It's like prior notice. That's the thing, though. I don't understand. Am I supposed to think there is no strategy at all? Is that it? Like, sure. Fate Stay Night Remastered, not on PlayStation. But we are announcing we're remaking Fate Stay Night. Okay, then sure. There's a strategy, the whims of clueless execs. Yeah, I don't understand. Why not put your game on everything? Except Xbox, it's not selling on Xbox. So, not worth your time. But otherwise, what's the point? Why aren't you putting your game on PlayStation, Switch, and Steam? Oh, PlayStation gamers have already played this on PS2. Let's only put it on Switch. What? Is that the logic? I don't understand. I really don't understand. People vastly underestimate how much political maneuvering there is at the top levels of companies. How often the whole strategies will shift and change just because someone's pet project was slighted or someone gets a bit more power and changes things just to fuck over someone else. Executive suits are often like high school. Damn. That is weird that you're saying this. Cause aren't these deals made with like very much in advance? Or is that not the case for every game? Like, when you greenlight a game, you already know what platforms it's going to be on, no? I'm just thinking this because of something like Tokyo Twilight, Tokyo whatever. Ghost Hunters? The thing that's on PlayStation Plus now. and Deathloop. And I get those games take longer to make than a remaster of Disgaea. Can be, but things can also change last minute because someone new does some political maneuvering. I think PlayStation's executive situation in the past few years is a great example of this. Yeah, but I don't know, maybe. I have no idea why that game isn't on PS4. Feels like a missed opportunity, but it is what it is. Yeah. Fate Stay Night specifically, I am salty about. But this Nipponichi stuff, or NIS stuff, guess they like to be called NIS. What's it called? Okay. So, this is 3 volumes that are only on Switch and PC. Prini presents NIS Classics Volume 1, 2, and 3. Visual novels are made in smaller teams and companies. Yeah, but you're also probably not wasting as many resources porting Fate Stay Night to a PlayStation than you would be porting something else. So, for us to start a porting company, we're going to port these games whether the publishers want to or not. I agree. So, yeah. So NIS Classics Volume 1, Phantom Brave, the Bermuda Triangle, and Soul Nomad and the World Eaters. And now we're getting Phantom Brave on PS5. So are they remastering them one by one? This came out on Switch in 2021. Maybe they're remastering them one by one. Yeah, Volume 2 is Phantom Kingdom, and this one that I've never played this one because it was only on PSP. Zettai Hero Kaizoku Keikaku. And then Volume 3 is La Pucelle Ragnarok and Rhapsody, a Musical Adventure. Which is even weirder, because then PlayStation got the collection with Rhapsody 2 and 3. So this one launcher, one plat bullshit they're doing with PS5? Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. I think I'm in the final cutscene of Metaphor. I'll be right back. Or in like 2 hours, depending on how long this goes on. Probably a long time. Yeah. Enjoy! That is true, Echo. Tomb Raider is especially... The Tomb Raider trilogy is especially egregious, I think. Because it's one list for 3 games, no platinum at all. Egregious. Very egregious. Well, once the chairman went back into the shop, I turned back around one more time. Komachidori was the same as ever, and there was no way a girl could be leering at me. Oh well. Once you left Komachidori and walked along the path that crossed in front of Sumisora Hashiman Shrine, you would find the Suigendo office. The office only occupied a small corner of what was essentially my residence. I lived together with my sister Misora and father Washio. My father was the one who founded Suigendo. Although the company primarily focused on manual labor, it was a valued business in the local area. My father and Jin-san were the only two full-time employees, while Misora and I helped out part-time. The office remained locked while my father and Jin-san were out on a job, which left Misora to tend to the shop once she got home from school. Huh? Just as I was about to unlock the door, I happened to sense someone watching me from behind. I kept my hand on the handle and turned back to look. There was street traffic, but nobody looking at me. Just my imagination? This may have just been a lingering, bizarre midday dream I'd had. I'm back. I did the shopping.
おかえりなさい、純也さん。
Why are you here? Chihaya and Hinata, who I had split up with at the university, were seated on the sofa used for business negotiations and drinking barley tea. With the door locked? I suppose it wasn't out of the norm to see my childhood friends act like this place was their home away from home. You're here. I could have come straight back if you showed me.
お仕事の邪魔しちゃ悪いでしょ。私たちも今来たところだから。
Both Chihaya and Hinata had come over often to play until middle school. Visits were scarce once they enrolled in an all-girls high school, but it wasn't unusual for them to stop by the office to chat every now and again. For that matter, Suigendo considered the Ojo and Issei families valued clients. After setting aside the shopping totes filled with food on the desk, I took a peek inside and found no trace of my sister. Where's Misora? She usually keeps an eye on the shop.
私たちが来たら、愛乃ちゃんと飛び出していきましたよ。
Those girls.
鬼ピが帰ってくるまで店番よろしく。で、愛乃ちゃんは留守番しなくていいのかなって言ってたけどね。
Shouldn't that normally be the other way around? Well, Aino-chan didn't seem like the type who would neglect her duties to watch over the house. Aino-chan was Mizora's best friend. She was Mizora's classmate who she'd known since middle school, and it seemed like they were quite close. Aino-chan came over to hang out at her place basically every day. Unfortunately, Misora used Aino-chan as an excuse to skip out on watching the shop all the time. I'll have to confront her about it later. Well, it's fine if she's gone since I'll be here for the rest of the night.
優しいお兄さんね。
This kind of thing is normal. Normal.
私も妹が欲しかったな。そんな風に普通だよ普通とか言ってみたい。
That again?
千早様、お話の続きを。あ、そうね。
Hinata got their seemingly derailed conversation back on track. It was a common sight for us. When Chihaya and I were alone, we would often get sidetracked and chat about nothing particularly important.
純也、さっきの話の続き、今してもいい？
Is that why you're here? Sure, I don't mind. Oh, you mentioned something about a favor before? I sat down beside Hinata and faced Chihaya. This favor isn't a request for Suigendo, I assume.
そうなるのかもしれないけど、まだその手前の話かな。
She set the cup of barley tea aside, faced me head on, and gave me a probing look.
おじい様の家、覚えてる？小さい頃、3人で遊んだことがあるんだけど。
The Olojo Manor, the one in Matoi.
それ、覚えててくれたのね。
Chihaya's face lit up at my quick response and seemed rather delighted, in fact. Which meant, do you think I'd forget?
だってずいぶん昔のことでしょ。忘れていてもおかしくないってひなたが。
I think it's a little weird that we are looking at the girl, And we get a portrait of the girl that's talking in the corner. Isn't it? I don't think that's super normal. When she brought the subject up, Hinata flirted a look my way. Flitted, I don't know what that means.
Junya-san ですから。
I guess it happens because we're not always looking at her. Like right now. What's that supposed to mean?
いえ、別に。
Clearly seemed like she had something in mind.
私はきっと覚えてくれてるって信じてたわよ。
We made a lot of great memories there. Got to play in a huge house, and Grandma and Grandpa were always kind to us. Grandpa and Grandma. Chihaya's grandparents had lived in the old Ojo estate. The three of us had played there and a lot in elementary school. It was a huge house with a ton of rooms, and we spent most of our time playing hide and seek. Visits eventually became scarce, and I stopped seeing her grandparents.
そっか。
Chihaya's lips curled into a smile. She must have been reminiscing on those times too. However, her expression quickly grew serious.
去年、おじいさまが亡くなった後は、旧宅の管理をどうするか、なかなか決まっていなかったの。
Yes, they had already passed on. Grandma a few years back and Grandpa last year. As such, the estate was unoccupied. I had no idea its ownership was still up in the air though. But since you say you had difficulty deciding...
お父様にお願いして、私がリノベーションさせてもらうことにしたの。
Huh? Renovation? You're redoing the place?
違うわ。リフォームは老朽化した家を元に戻すことだから。
Is that not what this is?
元に戻すんじゃなくて、大掛かりに作り変えたいのよ。
Okay. Restructuring, meaning she made it sound so simple, but it was really okay for her to make that decision? Oh, you're basically telling me that house is yours now?
そうじゃないの。
Didn't expect that sort of answer, and she shook her head.
私ね、あの家でお店を開きたいの。
A shop? A shop for what? Shop?
そう、人が集まるようなね。そのお手伝いを純也にお願いしたいの。
I had no idea where she was going with this. I mean, I understood that she wanted to turn the house into a shop of some sort, but why was she suggesting something like this? Hinata, did you know about this?
千早様のご希望に私が口を挟むことはありません。
And stop being a suck up. You look pretty unhappy about this, all things considered. I knew what this was. She was trying to get Chihaya to come to me for advice to put a stop to Chihaya's whims. This had happened multiple times in the past. Surely, Chihaya had a reason, but this was too much. She wanted to open a shop. Chihaya wasn't the little kid dreaming of the future. Besides, it's not like she had time to manage a business. Chihaya, I'm sure you know.
何を？
You're going to get married once you graduate university. Chihaya was a lady of the Hojo family. Her position came with responsibilities far departed from those of us commoners. One of those being marriage. When I pointed that out to her, Chihaya's poker face remained intact.
もちろん
Well then... The office door opened, making just enough noise to drown out my voice. It was the girl I'd run into at the apartment building. Perhaps my mind really hadn't been playing tricks on me the few times I spotted her on my way home. The girl stood in the open door and proceeded to stare at us with wide eyes. Chihaya remained silent, appearing perplexed by the girl's strange behavior, and Hinata eyed her quizzically. Her being here would suggest that she was a customer of Suigendo's. Welcome. May I help you with something? First things first, I got up from the sofa and gave her the conventional greeting.
高谷じゃない
Oh, that's what it was? My brother and I had a similar physique, especially from behind. It was a mistake people often made. But you're 70 years apart. Everyone around here knew my brother, and it appeared this girl did as well. She was clearly in a daze when I approached her, and I leaned down enough to meet her gaze. You knew Takaya? I'm sorry, but my brother's no longer with us. He was in a traffic accident last year.
知ってる
I see. It's possible she caught a glimpse of me from behind and believed Takaya was alive, which was how she ended up following me here.
純也お茶でも飲んでいただいたら高谷さんもお知り合いなんでしょ
Chihaya came up beside me at some point and apprehensively gave that suggestion. That's a good idea. If you wouldn't mind, why don't you tell me how you knew my brother? teeming with animosity. This young woman, who still seemed too young and innocent, was tainted by a dark, pitch-black loathing. So why? She said it was my fault that you died. Anyway. It was true. I was responsible for my brother's death. I had let him die. I may as well have killed him. Who in the world was she, and what sort of relationship did she have with Takaya? Who was that girl, brother? I had no clue who she was. Dwelling on it wasn't going to help anything. Jeez Louise, you went with the proper one? Because I can. No. This isn't a Yakuza game. Dwelling on it wasn't going to help anything. Takaya was gone. There was no telling what he had going on in his personal life. All I knew was that young girl idolized Takaya. Yeah. I still have 3 tabs open from Yakuza 2 since I played it. That shit I want to clean up. 3 tabs open. That was a reprehensible villain who had killed our hero. Hey, brother, what should I do? How should I deal with her? Questions just kept piling up, seeming to enshroud me on all sides. If I piled them all together until they reached the heavens, then perhaps they could reach Takaya on the other side.
Ara 減ってんじゃないか。
When I looked at my sight, Takaya was smiling from behind the steering wheel.
なんでそう思うんだよ。せっかくドライブに誘ってやったのに、延々仏頂面してるから。
It was a dream I often had around this time of year.
あのね、誰のせいだと思ってんの？帰るなり車に押し込まれて、理由も目的地も教えてもらえない。仏頂面にもなるでしょ。
It was a part of the conversation I'd had with my brother right before the accident.
食っていいぞ、それ。
Takaya pointed to the dashboard with his chin, gesturing to his bag. I took a look inside to find a single wrapped-up hamburger, and all I could do was glare at him.
だから、不機嫌なのは飯じゃなくて。食わないのか？食うけど。
Why do I have a voice in the flashbacks but not in the present? It was true I had been hungry. I opened the wrapper and bit into it. Takaya smiled when he looked over at me from the driver's seat.
飯は大事だぞ。何をするにしても、まずは腹いっぱい食ってからだ。兄貴こそ、これ夕食なんじゃないの？後でがっつり食うからいい。
Takaya was 7 years my senior, always moving ahead of me, protecting me and guiding me. After our mom passed away from illness, he had acted as a stand-in mother for Misora and I. We had fought more times than I could count, but I did believe he was someone I could never compete with. I considered Takaya more of a dependable adult than our dad. As I munched away on the hamburger, Takaya spoke to me.
簡単な仕事があってな。その依頼人に、お前にも合わせてみたいと思って。
The dream was going to end soon enough.
彼女いたんだ。違う。知っ ってる、いたら気づく。
In the end, I wasn't sure where Takaya was headed or who he wanted me to meet.
今日の相手は違うって意味だ。え、じゃあいるの彼女。お前にできたら教えてやる。
I never did find out whether Takaya was dating anyone.
はいはい。で、誰なの？どんな仕事？
The reason being the accident happened immediately after this.
ああ、
Received a major shock to the head, so I had hardly any recollection of the accident itself.
簡単な仕事なんだ。
Which was why the dream always ended here. Well, huh? The dream was still going. This is normally where I would wake up.
あそこ。
Oh, that's me. That is also how I wish I looked. He was see again though.
見てくる。
Takaya was there.
お前はここにいろ。
What are you talking about?
何言ってんの？俺も行くよ。
I need to get a VTuber model, and it would just look like that. Or maybe it would just be a girl. But then I guess I would have to change my voice as well. David the VTuber. I don't even know. If I could be a VTuber girl, I don't even know what I would create. What sort of degeneracy I would go with. I should do it. Start a new channel. The afternoon streams are actually a VTuber girl in another channel. No one will ever know. None of you will ever know. David Sinner actually is the famous VTuber. Morty Calliope. Allegedly.
待てよ。高谷。
Takaya turned the moment my hand grazed his shoulder. However, the young woman who came to Sugenda yesterday had taken his place.
君は。
お前のせいで高谷は死んだんだ。お前だ。
This room looks like it could be out of Ace Attorney, based on real rooms. Incredible. As soon as she came into view, an intense pain rushed through the pit of my stomach. I keeled over from the excruciating pain and flopped over, face down. Car was up in flames, and someone was collapsed beside it. It was Takaya.
兄貴。兄貴。
Dream.
何してんだよ、おい。
I guess he did say it in a Yakuza way. Sorry, Melty. You were right. I was too respectful.
寝てんじゃねえよ逃げろ
I tried to stand up, but the dull pain hit my stomach once more. Again and again and again.
バカいや
I had to save Takaya. Hey, that hurts!
やっと来た
Oh wait, I don't want to romance the pink-haired girl. She's my sister, isn't she? I take it back. I didn't know that. Not only was it at the final cutscene, it wasn't even the final boss. I'll see you guys in 2036. I didn't know it. I only looked at the character portraits. Hello, arrogance. When I woke up, Misura was in her uniform and had just landed an axe kick on my stomach.
いつまで寝てんの順に朝ごはんできてるよ
I actually entered at a really bad time as David romancing his in-game sister. No. I saw a bunch of portraits and said, oh, why can't I romance that pink-haired girl? But I only just met her. And now I realize she's my sister. I did not know that. I checked the clock and saw it was 5 minutes past our usual breakfast time. Strange, had my alarm not gone off? Either way, it seemed I was the one who needed to apologize, although it didn't quite sit right with me. I'm sorry.
順にが寝坊なんて珍しいね
Must have been fun for Misura to get the upper hand on me when I was normally the one to always wake her up. She was squishing and tickling my belly with her foot.
ほれほれ早く起きないとこうしちゃうぞ
Idiot! Tune it out, get your foot off me! Also, don't spread your legs in front of other people, your skirt's too short for it.
はーい
I finally crawled out from my futon and got out. Ugh, my stomach was turning. Damn you, Misura. You're going to wake me up, do it like a normal person.
でもどうしたの昨日私より先に寝てたじゃん
How do I have a pink hair sister? My hair is not pink at all. And neither is my brother's. This is clearly her natural hair color, obviously. Obviously. Just stay up too late into the night. A healthy college-aged guy like me needs an infinite amount of sleep.
そんなのもったいないよ若者はもっと遊ばなきゃ
You're the young one here. It's already trying to score on the non-blood related route. You caught me. Wait, did you peep into my room again without permission?
いいじゃん見られて困ることしてたら見なかったことにするからさ
Idiot. Here, I'm going to get changed. I'll be down in a minute.
はーい忘れてた
What is it?
おはよう順に
See, she's cute. Sure. Good morning.
早くしてね
We'll be down soon. Clearly the girl up front in this game seems like a big downer. Phew. Truth was, I knew Misura had quietly come to check on me sometime last night because she was worried. Although I had turned off my lights and gotten into bed last night, I hadn't actually been able to get to sleep until dawn. This girl seems like a big downer. That young girl from Sugen, though, wound up weighing heavily on my mind. When I came into the kitchen, it was just my old man sitting at the table. He had the newspaper out and hadn't touched his breakfast yet. Morning!
Oh,
He doesn't get a big portrait. He's a dude. Dudes don't get portraits. We're not drawing big dudes. I looked around for Misara as I took a seat and found her kneeling in front of the altar in the neighboring room. She put her hands together with a bowl of freshly made rice in front of her and smiled at the altar.
おはよう、タカにお母さん。よしと。味噌汁温め直したの。すぐ予想ね。
Maybe he isn't. The fuck, Anna? Oh, I could go for some miso soup right now. Sure. Oh, we do get a family portrait. It was a typical Japanese breakfast. White rice, a rolled omelette, grilled fish with grated daikon, and a tofu miso soup.
順にご飯いつもくらいでいい？
Oh, Melty! I don't think you heard me say it. Yesterday, I had, for the first time in my life, something weave. I had a bubble tea. I never had it before. I enjoyed it very much. Did you get taro flavor? No, that wasn't available. I got cantaloupe. I was undecided between cantaloupe or strawberry. Yeah. Misara's mannerisms reminded me of a housewife, especially when she grabbed the rice spatula with her beautifully manicured hands and served rice into a bowl. Talk about a disparity. I couldn't help but let my mind wander all over again. If I were to put it elegantly, Misara had all the trappings and otherwise of someone enjoying being a high school girl to the fullest. Although she was one of those so-called trendy types. However, the way she looked and spoke were the only oddities about her. On the inside, she was as domestic as they came. She wasn't the type of person who got scowled at for causing trouble for others or acting out of youthful recklessness.
ミソラ、俺は大盛りで頼むわ。午前から忙しいんでな。
オッケー。
It was likely why Dad never said anything either. Well, not that Dad had ever been the type to criticize every little thing about his kids did anyway.
いただきます。
Oh, I didn't say it. Itadakimasu. Once everything was ready at the dining table, we gave thanks for our meal as a family. It had been like this for as long as I could remember. Lunch was obviously difficult, but we ate breakfast and dinner together as often as possible. It was probably rare in most modern households these days. This was probably influenced by our family running a general store. The dining table has become a place for us to have everything from casual conversations, like what had just happened tonight, to what jobs were required of us in the neighborhood. At least that was what our old man Sugendo's president liked to say. I obviously wasn't quite at that level yet. Akaya had apparently been quite perceptive of others' feelings, though. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. But this morning's topic was...
変な客が来たって？
My old man broke the ice as he dug into his salted salmon. He hadn't made it home until late due to a job that ran long, so we hadn't told him the details of what happened yesterday. Basically, don't want me. I told you we didn't need to tell Dad yet.
そうだったっけ？
I had given Mizora a heads up in case that same girl came by again, while she was tending to the store. Jeez.
けど隠す必要なくない？むしろこういうの社長に言うのが大事じゃん。ほら、ほうれん草だよ、ほうれん草。
Oh, she had to bring up a sound argument now.
だな、ミソラの言う通りだ。で、どんな客だったんだ？
Not so much a guest as a little girl. Oh, he doesn't get it. Despite my reluctance, I told him what had happened. Better keep that part to myself. Isn't that the whole gist of it? Didn't like she knew Takaya.
でも聞いた感じ、私と同い年か、もうちょっと下かな。
知ってる子だったりしないのか？お前、誰とでも友達になるだろ？
知らない。うちの学校の子でもないんじゃないかな。
Mizora was similar to her old man and Takaya, or basically not like me. She was good at getting along with people. It wouldn't be strange if she were acquainted with everyone at school.
お客さんの娘さんとかかな。
Dad was well connected due to work, but he seemed just as confused as I was.
タカニーとじゃ結構年が離れてるけど、どういう知り合いなんだろうね。
さあな。
Dad kept his head tilted with wonder as he spoke. Something wrong?
そういうわけじゃないが、ちょっと思い出してな。去年の年明けくらいかな。何か探してたんだよな、高谷。
Looking? You mean for work?
いや、あいつが勝手にやってたこと。仕事が終わった後、車に乗らずに一人で帰ることが何度かあってな。理由を聞いたら、人に頼まれて探し物をしてるって。なんでだろうな。その子の話を聞いて、急に思い出した。
Takaya is searching for something. His dad didn't know the circumstances either. It had to be something he took on privately and not work-related. Takaya always helped out those in trouble, so it was plausible. Wouldn't that be undercutting the company he worked for that was actually his dad's?
おはようございます。
Ah, this voice.
はいのだ。入ってきていいよ。
Moments later, the owner of the voice suddenly poked her face in.
ソラ、おはよう。
Sort of.
おはよ
Oh. Oh, I guess that's a cute way to call her.
いらっしゃい。すまないね。いつも美空の準備が遅くて。
う。いえ、私ここに来るの好きですから。父さんと順兄のお世話に時間がかかるだけです。
Why are the side characters more unique looking? Misora held her hands together to apologetically toward Haino-chan as she protested to Dad.
ごめん、まつげ直すからちょっとだけ待ってて。まだ時間あるから大丈夫だよ。じゃあ、順兄のお世話よろしくね。ソラ？
Did she need to watch over me exact?
もう、そうだったら。
Yeah. Morning, Aino-chan. Aino-chan had come to pick up Misara again tonight. Impressive. She's worthy of calling herself Misara's best friend. Some typos.
純也さん、お加減良くないんですか？目の下、クマができてるみたい。
お、本当だな。寝不足か？
Yeah, I was up late reading a book. It was actually the night before last.
寝不足ですか？私もたまにやっちゃいます。動画見たりしてつい。本って純也さんはどんな本を読むんですか？
Aino-chan asked with a strangely serious look in her eyes. Not what kind? I'm not picky when it comes to genre, but I'll read any books by my favorite authors. Haven't missed a release yet.
好きな作家さんですか？よければ何かおすすめを貸してもらえたりなんて。
Yeah, you bet.
ありがとうございます。
She sounded so happy about it. Was Aino-chan a book lover? Still though, I'm impressed you noticed. Was Aino-chan the thoughtful type? He always seemed to be watching over and being overly considerate of others. Compared to Misara, who could be a little careless, they made a great pair and complemented each other.
いやー、ミソロとは違うな。気立てもいいし、本当によくできた娘さんだ。
いえ、そんな。
I suspected there was some favoritism at place, as I had watched over since she was in middle school, but I agreed all the same. She had referred to me as Big Brother until a short while ago, and took to calling me Junior-san instead. Truth be told, it made me feel a little lonely. Okay. That's what the guide said. Really grown up, huh, Aino-chan? It just showed she wasn't at that age anymore. I was nearly moved to tears.
順にあいのに変なこと言うと通報するかね。
Why report me? But no, maybe that did have a weird implication to it. Sorry, that's not how I meant it.
いいです。私は嬉しかったというか。お待たせ。
Yeah, I don't know. When I get a first ending, then I'll see what we can do about it. Although Misara returned after getting pressed, I didn't have slightest clue what she changed.
あいの、ちゃんと順にのお世話してた？だからもう変なこと言わないで。早く行く。お邪魔しました。行ってきます。
おう、二人とも気をつけてな。
順にさっきの言葉覚えてっかね。
Neither wished their finger at me and left a parting remark. She's going to hold this over my head for a while.
自業自得だな。可愛い妹をいじめるからだぞ。
I haven't bullied anyone. It was just a little joke.
ごちそうさん。俺は仕事があるからな。片付け頼むぞ。
Yep. My old man finished breakfast for me and stood up. Essentially, whoever had more time to spare between him and I was in charge of cleaning up after a meal. Alright, now wasn't the time to slack off. Better hurry up and get dressed and head to the university. Let's take a break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Somehow still alive at 2:18. Let's see if we can keep going for longer than has been normal. Once my lecture was over, I stretched out on a bench on campus. This was one of my regular spots. It was a quiet, insignificant spot on campus, and the lack of foot traffic made it all the more relaxing. I don't have to work today, right? I made it my routine to go over my schedule for the day whenever I had free time, which was generally during my morning or afternoon break. Just to be sure, I checked my schedule on my phone. I was still being treated like a part-timer and would only come in when they needed extra help, like what happened yesterday. I wasn't scheduled for work today, which meant I was free until later this evening. This time of my life was precious and I'd never get my 20s back again, so I needed to make good use of it. Go home and sleep. Of course. Look for Chihaya. Was worried about what Chihaya had brought up yesterday. There had been multiple times in the past when she had brought up things she had wanted to do on a whim. Everything always got hazy midway through, and I was sure this time would end up the same. Or so I assumed, but it might play out differently since the former estate was involved. Chihaya. She hasn't gone home yet, right? Guess not. Just as I was about to stand up, Chihaya and Hinata showed up. How am I going to date one of these girls if they are always together? They knew about my regular hangout spots and would occasionally meet up here. Well, there were lots of cases where they would message me on Choco and ask to meet up too. I sat down and Chihaya joined me on the bench. Hinata, meanwhile, remained standing. This bench wasn't especially large, but it wouldn't be impossible for all three of us to sit at once if we scrunched a little more closely together. But Hinata wouldn't even try to sit even if we made space for her. She had demonstrated as much right after she had enrolled in the university. The two of them were generally quite close, and relatively speaking, Hinata's speech and mannerisms toward Chihaya weren't so reserved, but it was in these moments that Hinata took pride as her attendant. It may have been an exaggeration to put it that way, but it showed just how much she respected Chihaya. Despite being seated next to each other, it sounded like Chihaya was having more trouble breaking the ice than usual. Now it made sense. That's what she had come here to ask. Of course she would be curious, especially considering what the girl had shouted right in front of us. Not a thing. Neither Misora nor Dad had a clue either. Let's see. That's what they were really here for. Those were old friends for you. We were close enough that they could tell what I was thinking about when that girl showed up at Suigendo yesterday. I'm fine, thank you. More importantly, I should ask you to be sure. Do either of you know anything about that girl? Chihaya nodded to my somewhat forced change of subject.
初めて見た子だと思う。ひなたも覚えがないって。
I figure.
一体どういうつもりなのでしょう。非常識にも程があります。
Whoa, Hinata's voice was crazy scary. She sounded exceptionally cranky.
あの子すごく思い詰めた感じだったし、放っておくのは良くないんじゃない？
That's great in theory, but we have no idea who she is or where she came from.
あの様子ではまた水源堂に押しかけてくるのではないですか？
Yeah, most likely. We should expect it.
あの子、純也さんに思うところがあるようですからね。言葉でも十分に非常識ですが、行動に移されては困ります。千早様にも危害が及ばないとは限りません。
Oh, now it made sense why she looked so upset. Hinata was wary of that girl. Since Throw's gonna finish up, we have our metaphor spoiler talk today. In private, sure, you can.
そこまでするとは思わないけど。
I guess Throw isn't gonna finish up. He just thought he was.
あのままじゃなんだか心配だわ。
I was worried too. After all, that girl was.
でも確かに何もわからない相手なんだから手の打ちようもないか。
Yeah. Next time she comes to Sugan, though, we should at least get a name out of her.
千早様、そろそろ本題を。あ、そうだった。
There wasn't much else that we could say about that girl. At Hinata's prompting, Chihaya clapped her hands together to change the mood and...
昨日の話の続きしてもいい？
More into the talkative mood after that girl had left, so Chihaya and Hinata... What? Sure, I don't have work today either.
よかった。
Chihaya was delighted and grabbed my right wrist.
なら行きましょ
To where?
う。もちろんおじい様の家よ。車は用意してあるから。
Chihaya kept a firm grip around my wrist as she rose to her feet and walked off, but not without Hinata trailing close behind. I really wasn't going to run away, even if she didn't deliberately grab me by the hand.
戻っていいわ。歩いて帰るから。
Chihaya said as much to the Hojo family's personal chauffeur that had brought us from the university to near the old estate, and the driver soundly nodded and departed. Cars sure are great. Let me catch a ride on the mornings too. Chihaya and Hinata were driven to school as a matter of household policy. In that aspect, she was the definition of a high-class girl.
ダメです。千早様に変な噂が立ってしまうと困りますから。
I guess that also applied to the attendant she had with her, who interjected without a moment's delay.
私は気にしないけど、お父様がね。
Chihaya forced a smile, then walked on ahead of us.
こっちよ。
We were currently walking a bit north of Suigendo, in an area that had been lined with houses for ages, near Matoi Station. The Ojo family had lived in these houses for generations, but Chihaya's mother had a home with better access to transportation built around the time she got married. This was the old Ojo estate. This takes me back.
そうね。子供の頃は3人でよく遊んだよね。中へ入りましょう、純也さん。
Sure. I did as Inata prompted, stood in front of the gate and grabbed the handle. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be locked and donned a sizable keyhole in the doorway. Chihaya, give me the key.
ないわ。
Huh?
鍵はないの。
What did she mean?
おじい様が亡くなられた後、管理のために旧宅で使われている鍵を回収したのですが、この門の鍵はどこにも見つからなかったのです。今後旧宅を頻繁に利用するのであれば、鍵を新調する必要がありますね。そうね、お父様と相談しなきゃ。
She could have had that discussion any time and didn't really help our current predicament. How do we get in? Is there a back entrance or something?
登って中から開ければいいのよ。
She sounded nonchalant about it, but the gate was fairly tall. I'm the one climbing it, aren't I? Fine. All I got was a smile and a glare in return, suggesting that neither were going to object. Well, I should have expected as much. After setting aside my bag and jacket, I reached up. Oh! And pulled myself up and over the top of the fence.
すごい、さすが純也ね。
Who do you think made me do this? Based on the look she was giving me, Chihaya didn't seem to understand what I was implying. Oh well, I hadn't expected a response in the first place. Huh. I leapt to the ground and opened the gate from the inside. Chihaya slipped her way in once it was pushed partially ajar.
さあ、行きましょう。玄関の鍵は持ってるの。
Chihaya ran on ahead without issuing a single word of thanks.
ありがとうございます、純也さん。千早様もそう思っているはずです。
It's fine. Just means we're close enough that we don't have to worry about stuff like that.
それはそうですが。
We haven't been here in a while and she's feeling impatient. Come on, let's head inside.
そうですね。参りましょう。
The property was built in the early Meiji era and very much felt like an estate. The same could be said for the house Chihaya and Hinata were currently living in, but this place looked like an entirely different world to a commoner like me. It doesn't really seem like it's vacant though. I was expecting more dust or something.
電気も水道も止めていないそうです。
As she spoke, Hinata flipped the light switch by the door.
あら？おかしいです。つきませんね。電気は来ているはずなのですが。
He flicked the switch a few times, but there was no response. Ah, could this be... I bet the breaker is tripped. The place is normally unoccupied, so I'm sure it's only turned on for cleaning.
ああ、そういうことですか。今日はこのままでもいいんじゃない？昼間のうちに歩き回るくらいなら問題なさそう。千早様がよろしいのでしたら。
Chihaya surveyed the room with a nostalgic look in her eyes, then started to track up the staircase to the second floor.
おじい様が亡くなってからこちらへは来ていなかったの。お父様がいい顔をしなかったから。ぐるっと見て回ってもいい？
Go for it.
ここみんなでかけっこしたよね。
It sure did. Unlike Chihaya and Hinata, it had been well over 15 years since I had stepped foot onto this estate. Although my recollection was fuzzy, memories of those days were flooding back to me. I remember slipping and nearly falling down the stairs a lot.
そうそう
That takes me back.
でしょ。なのにお父様は取り壊すっていうの。
Huh? That unsettling word practically came out of nowhere. All I could do was turn towards Chihaya in astonishment. Demolish? Aren't you going to renovate?
あ、ごめんなさい。話が前後しちゃった。旧宅の管理が決まってなかったってことは言ったよね。それでもういっそ処分してしまおうってお父様が言い出したの。更地にして懇意にしている不動産屋に売却するそうです。
Going to be sold. Unfortunately, I'm sure you can't afford to leave the place unoccupied. It takes a lot of time and effort to keep an unused home clean, so I'd imagine it's out of his hands. The maintenance costs in a place like this would surely be nothing to sneeze at. What was my thought process behind it, but Chihaya and Hinata simply glared back at me.
純也ひどい。かけがえのない思い出を共有する仲間だと思ってたのに。人間としてどうかと思います、純也さん。
Yeah. I'm sorry. Did I said something that terrible?
私は嫌。ここにはたくさんの思い出があるの。おじいさまとおばあさまとの。それにひなたと純也とのね。だから私はこの家を残したい。
Hinata unlocked and pushed open one of the doors, revealing a room packed with rows of bookcases. This library was yet another place we had often played hide and seek together. It's more confined than I thought. It felt more like we were in a forest back in the old days.
背が伸びて体も大きくなりましたしね。
It's true. There was a tiny desk over near the window. Grandfather Hojo always used to sit here, right? Grandfather Hojo is kind of a scary thought.
おじいさまはこの書斎が好きだったから書類仕事はいつもここで。今思うと私たちが遊ぶ姿を見て楽しんでいたのかもしれないですね。そうね。そうだったら嬉しいな。
Yeah, I smiled and looked around the room. Dust particles danced through the air as she walked around the room, as if Chihaya were searching for her old self.
満足した。出ましょう。
Hinata slid open the shutters and light filtered into the room. We exited her grandfather's study and found ourselves in a nearby sitting room. It was a spacious Japanese-style room that looked like it could fit any number of people. Hanging scrolls still yet adorned the elevated alcoves, along with a music box had been left on the shelf. A large grandfather clock had taken up residence on the pillar near the veranda for as long as I could remember, but it no longer displayed the correct time. The clock stopped.
もともと動きません。
Didn't.
ゼンマイ回しがないのはあくまでインテリアね。
As she spoke, Chihaya gently ran her finger along the clock's exterior.
そういえばね。
Chihaya clapped her hands together, almost like she remembered something important.
私にとって一番の思い出はここに住んでいた頃のことなの。
You lived here? That was news to me. Really? I looked over at Hinata, the local Chihaya expert. However, Hinata simply shook her head.
私がお会いするより前の話ですよね。
If I recall correctly, Hinata and Chihaya met around the time they were in kindergarten.
ええ、5歳の頃の1年間くらい。ま、その頃のことはほとんど覚えていないんだけど。
Chihaya stuck her tongue out briefly and smiled.
でもとても楽しかったの。それだけは覚えてる。家がなくなったらあの思い出が失われてしまう。そんな気がして。
Memories you couldn't recall,
それ
huh?
でお父様にお願いしたの。旧宅をお店にリノベーションするって。
Why a shop? Why not a hostel? Motel. So why a shop? Thank you.
人が集まる場所になるし、価値が生まれれば手放す理由はないでしょ。そしたら卒業までは私が自由にしていいって言ってもらえたの。すごいでしょ。
I wasn't sure how to respond to Chihaya's exuberance. Do you think Chihaya's dad will go along with something like that, Hinata?
おそらく千早様の言葉を本気にはしていないのでしょう。
Yeah, I could see that.
二人ともひどい。私は本気なんだから。ここにちっちゃくて素敵なお店を作るの。
A shop doesn't look like the right idea, but repurposing it? Sure, absolutely. You want some help getting started?
ええ。お願いしてもいい？純也。
I guess, why not? Sure, this is normal for you after all.
嬉しい。
You assume you're going to help too, Hinata?
もちろんです。
Yeah, this was to be expected. What kind of shop were you thinking of renovating this place into?
それは。
Oh. Well...
これから決めるの。
She has no clue. This too was the same old, same old. We took a general walk around the house, then called it quits for the day. Chihaya had to decide what kind of shop she wanted it to be before we could do anything. Right. This can only be locked up from the inside. We could just leave this open. Yeah, I get it. Was I seriously going to have to climb over the gate, lock, and unlock it every time we came here? There's no way, right? Next time, bring a stepladder. After leaving the estate, the three of us split up in front of Matoi Station. I was late by the time I made it back to my place on foot. Suigendo left its front entrance open during business hours, so that meant Visora, or Dad, if he came back, was likely tending the store. Someone was standing in the entryway. We could only make out their silhouette due to the lack of light, but it appeared to be a small child. That's not Visora? Continued to strain my eyes, but the figure disappeared into the building. Is it that girl? It is? Oh shit. Must be the same girl from yesterday. Nobody was in the office. If Mizora had skipped out on watching the store, then she was going to get an earful from me later. As she stepped inside, her figure went rigid. The fist clenched at her side was trembling ever so slightly. She gawked restlessly at her surroundings and must have been too overwhelmed to have noticed my presence. The girl instantly planted herself on the ground the moment she heard my voice, covered her head with both hands, and squeezed her eyes shut. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. You're the girl who came by yesterday, right? As soon as the girl realized I was the one who had spoken to her, she jumped emphatically back to her feet. Huh? Although her face flushed bright red, she pointed a glare in my direction. Tears began to brim in the corner of her lashes, almost as if I had done something horrible to her. Oh, I get it now. She likely thought I was accusing her of trespassing. And as the girl said, there was nobody in the office. Well, they should have locked up. Darn it, Mizuna. It wasn't uncommon for the older residents from the neighborhood association to drop by to chat, so it wasn't a big deal, but still. Suddenly the girl tried to slip by me and make a break for it. Wait! I reached out on reflex and grabbed the girl's arm from over her jacket. I released her arm, but even though through her jacket it felt incredibly slender. It was so thin I briefly wondered if I might break it. I wasn't sure how to respond. There was plenty I wanted to ask, of course. Like, why had she come here? Who was she? What relationship had she had with Takaya? What did she mean by what she said before? However, I didn't think now was the right time to ask any of those questions. This office is open to the public, so I don't care if you come in without asking permission. Which roughly translated to, you haven't done anything wrong, so you don't need to run away. I want to talk to you more. You, the person who knew about Takaya. The one who interacted with Takaya face to face, who yelled at me, and had been living rent-free in my head since we met. I guess it would make me happier if you would call us dependable. It's proof that we trust our neighbors too. Judging by the look on her face, she probably thought to herself, what is this guy talking about? I frantically searched for a proper segue to avoid getting discouraged. Hey, would you mind telling me your name? Well, I thought using your name might help avoid spooking you in the future. It appeared I had somehow crossed the line. I didn't think it was a bad idea to ask for her name, though. Hmm? Kasumiya. She replied with a potential glare. Pointed glare. Sawatomi. This is unsurprisingly, her name didn't ring a bell. I'm Junia. Misumoto Junia. She didn't reply. I hadn't expected her to be honest and tell me her name. Who was this girl? It was taking a while, but I was one step closer to learning the truth. What happened to you watching the storm? And then I heard our father snoring come from the back room. Did you leave after he called you? I'm lecturing you both when he wakes up. Because you deserve it.
水本純也
Lazy change. Is that a new chapter?
かわいいでちゅね。
I have a guide with only the choices, but we've done like 3 choices so far or something. Like looking at the guide, it seems like a small game. Definitely not. Oh, when do we find out this takes place in the Matrix or something? I don't think so. Sorry. I think it's a slice of life. How many times are you going to get held up by cats? Come on, let's go.
待ってよ。猫ちゃんバイチー。
I decided to walk Misara to school Monday morning on my way to the university. Misara and Aino-chan would normally go together, but it was apparently her turn for morning classroom duties.
順兄さん、何また難しい顔して。カマチョなの？
Of course not.
またそんなこと言って顔に書いてあるってのに。鳥も私に任せておいてよ。どうせあのちっちゃい子のことでしょ。
Well, yeah, but
喧嘩したら秒で友達になってみるから。で、事情聞いとくから。
you see, if you're fine with that, then I'd appreciate it. Friends in no time, huh? It was terrifying to know that Misara was completely serious. He was, if nothing else, reliable in situations like these.
いやー、素直な順兄マジ可愛いな。めちゃラブチ。ハグしちゃう。
Hey, would you get off me? We're out in public.
兄弟のスキンシップだよ。見せつけようぜ。ラブチラブチ。
Love-cessed. I like that word, actually. Knock it off already.
いや、本当に怒られた。
Misara leapt away, seemingly startled by the car idling on the shoulder of the nearby street. That's just bad timing. When I looked toward the car, a familiar face appeared from the back seat.
やあ、純也くん。みそらちゃんも。
That's not a familiar face for me. Kiro-san. That was Shigeto Kiro-san. He was the secretary to Tadayasu Hojo, Chihaya's father and a member of the parliament. Not only that, he's also Chihaya's fiancé.
今、
What?
水源堂に伺うところだったんだ。
We need to murder him. Is it a job? My old man, I mean, the president, isn't
い
currently...
や、純也くんと話したくてね。すれ違いにならなくてよかった。数分いいかな。
オケビです。終わるまで待ってるのでどうぞ。
Misara smiled sweetly at Kiro-san. They made a mad dash to find the cat from earlier. That girl, I swear.
すまないね。すぐ済むから。
Kiro-san said while he glanced at his expensive-looking watch. I'd imagined secretaries billed by the minute, just like statesmen. He had been acquainted with Sugendo since the Ojo family's predecessor and often hired us for odd jobs that were too small for the bigger companies. Which was why I assumed he wanted to speak with my old man.
千早さんが君にわがままを言ってると聞いてね。
Unreasonable requests? I don't think so. Oh, was he talking about the estate renovations? Kira-san gave me a small troubled smile in
大
return.
学卒業するまでは千早さんの好きにさせたいと先生もおっしゃっているし、僕も正式に籍を入れるまではそうしたいと思ってる。 純也君には迷惑をかけるかもしれないけど、千早さんを頼むよ。
Please don't worry about it. She's always been like this, so it's fine.
昔から。まあそう言ってもらえると助かるよ。僕はあまり千早さんに頼りにされていないようでね。
That's not...
いや、いいんだ。朝の忙しい時に悪かったね。それじゃ。
Yes, see you later. This guy's getting dumped.
あの人私好きじゃないな。
I mean, I would rather romance the childhood friend. I don't like him either. Misora had come back at some point. She shot a less than pleased expression in the direction of Hito-san's vehicle. Hey, he's a client.
だってあの人がちーちゃんを取っちゃうんでしょ。順に本当にオケピなの？
Wait, what?
ちーちゃんがあの人と結婚して。
It's not our place to interfere. It's not our place to say whether it's a good or a bad thing. Chihaya and Hito-san's marriage had been decided 5 or 6 years ago at this point. Even Chihaya understood the role she was meant to fulfill as a member of the Ojo family. I was just her childhood friend. It wouldn't be right for me to interject in that part of Chihaya's life. However, Misara seemed exceptionally dissatisfied with that reply and pursed her lips.
かいやね。
This was Chihaya's decision after all.
順には順にだね。そういう。
Seems like our parents' decision. What is that supposed to mean?
ラブチってこと。さあ、行こう。
Sure. This whole love cest and love session thing was pure nonsense to me. The way Misara got love cest about things was about as versatile as someone saying, "Oh my gosh," so I couldn't make sense of it. Now that my lectures were over, it was time to go home. I took a seat in my usual spot in the plaza and checked the contents of my wallet. There was nothing inside. Hello, Jugesh, how are you? Will this last until the end of the month? The Mizumoto household had a system in which Misura and I were given a set amount of spending money on the first of each month. I was also paid a daily wage whenever I worked at Tsugendo. Although I had made some income from hauling off those used books the other day, it wasn't quite enough. If I were to buy a book I wanted, it would put me just barely over budget. A bit drunk? Oh. That's, scary for the streamer. Life's good. I guess yours is as well? The lack of disposable income wasn't a big deal, as I didn't have many friends nor any real hobbies to speak of. Wonder if I can squeeze in a big job before the month ends. Well, whatever. I'd better just head home and buy that another time. But then, just as I was about to stand up, something scraggly pushed into my back. Huh?
動かないで。座ったまま。座ったままがいいのよ。
A woman spoke directly into my ear, and I couldn't help but notice the unusual tone of her voice. Oh, you were messing around over at my neck of the woods? What were you up to? next weekend is the Sweets exhibit. Look, what was this all about?
動かないで。
A woman raised their voice and moved something hard against my back. It was her penis. Huh? Was she pointing that I'm barred by Japanese law straight at my back? Why? Listen, I think you may have the wrong guy.
あなたは水源堂の水本純也。違います。
She didn't have the wrong person. That being the case, I had generally no clue what was going on. Why was I being targeted? I went to Port Moss on a date? You think it was a date? Okay, interesting. I know girls from Port Moss. And I provoked the wrath of some dangerous customer in my work at Suigendo. It was hard to imagine since the majority of Suigendo's jobs were laid back, peaceful, and overall harmless. She wants a second date? Do I know where you're from, Julius? Where are you from? Oh, my brain was short-circuiting. The increasing impatient woman behind me repeated her question.
水源堂の水本純也。合ってるよね。
Last time I went there was when I took my driver's license. Was your exam there? You know where I'm from? Oh. I would know if my memory was good. Oh, it's right. I mean, that's having a girlfriend that's like an hour away. It's not the best, is it? That's not too bad, I guess. Driver's license was in Battalion. Yeah. I went to driver's school in Coimbra, so my exam was there as well. I actually went by Port Mosh yesterday. Yeah, that's me. And then,
よかったよかった。
huh? Whatever I felt against my back immediately vanished. I turned around to find the girl with short hair behind me.
水本純也さん。人違いだったらどうしようか心配だったよ。
Something hard fell near my feet and I discovered a stainless steel bottle on the ground. Was that what had been pressed against my back this whole time?
はじめまして。うちファンチューユ言います。
Shunyu Wong? Is she Korean? My dad got my mom from Ladies, yeah. Oh. Kinda grabbed their fucking truck and motor down here. Guess I'll do the same. Watch it! Trucks take up more gas.
あなたを探していたんだよ。
Was the only lift my dad had at the time. Yeah, I get it. You can probably do a little better though. I decided to hear her out when she took a seat beside me. It became clear that she had come to me for help, and everything up until now had been one big practical joke. Picking up a girl with a truck? I'm sure she was delighted back then. Today? Probably not. She had apparently heard from the student affairs office that I was from Sugendo. You were to hire our general store for a job? Wang?
おん、ジュン。ジュンユって呼んでよ。
My throat's a little sore these days. Then, Chunyu-san, could you tell me what all that was about earlier?
銃とか刃物とか物騒なものだと思ったです。初対面で衝撃を与え印象つけろ。おじい様の教え大成功ね。
Certainly. Yeah, I certainly was surprised. Chunyu-san was apparently a short-term exchange student from China. Oh, that's a Chinese name? I thought it was a Korean name. Although we were in the same school year, we didn't have any classes in common. My grandfather had built his fortune as a merchant, which meant she came from a so-called affluent family. So what kind of job is it?
オッケーオッケー。早速商談ね。うち日本の古民家に興味があるのよ。留学も民族学の勉強のためなのね。
Wow. So that was why she had come to a Japanese university. You could also understand why she had deliberately chosen Sumisara on top of that. We had a relatively high concentration of older traditional buildings around, which made for decent tourist attractions. Yeah, it's a good city. I like it. I wasn't very happy there when I was studying there, but I like the city a lot. It didn't taint the city for me.
どうしたのよね。そんなびっくりしたような顔してるよ。
Imagine studying there. I don't have to imagine. I remember it. Well, I'm impressed you're studying something like that, considering we're the same age.
何を言ってるです？大学に通うのは学びたいことがあるからだよ。
I suppose so. Kind of hard to hear.
あと、多分同じ年じゃないよ。うちの方が一つお姉さんだね。
Oh, she's older than me. Oh, really?
うち21歳よ。故郷の大学からこっちに再入学してるからね。
Which is your hometown? Where are you from? I was 20, so she was right. She was a year older than me.
でも気にすることないない。うちも気にしないからね。
That's good. Oh, sorry, I got us off topic, so...
講義以外でも古民家のフィールドワークをしたいのよね。
Meaning you want to go tour them in person? My trips will be off until 8 a.m. You could also meet midway, like meet in Alcobaça or something, right? Well, next week you have the sweets exhibit in Alcobaça. Great way to meet midway between Ovid and Porto Vaz. Ah, damn, you're missing out. Have you ever... You've been there, right? You've been to it. It's a good date place, though.
そう、スミソラ、歴史ある街。素 敵な古民家たくさんね。
Okay. Oh, I'm pressing circle. Oh, nice. I didn't know I could clear the image. Starry, not sweets. You should go to the sweets. It's awesome. It really is awesome. Shuni-san took a map out of her bag and spread it out on the bench between us. It was a map of Sumisara, specifically, and it was filled with a good deal of X's in red ink.
うち地図が読むのが苦手なのよね。
Did I
昨
skip?
日も迷って一軒も巡れなかった。あと道が細かすぎてよくわからないのよ。
I was trying to bring up a log. Fuck. Fuck, fix it.
そうなのよ。うちの実家、隣の家まで歩いて1時間あるのに。
So my next one, how did it skip? Should we be skipping stuff that was red? That's weird. Really? It wasn't surprising she got so mixed up when it was based on such an incredible scale. The kind of thing could happen. No? Yeah, told me to go to her workplace, so I didn't feel like going just to... Just to what? What kind of workplace is it?
なので、道案内してくれる人を探してたのよね。なんでも屋さんは古民家の道案内してくれます？
Cafe lounge. Okay. In Port Mall. I wouldn't know it. Oh, in Lydia. In Lydia, I know a bunch. Yes. Yeah, that's not very fun. It's probably it's a bit of a pressure on a first date, I guess. Lydia does exist, and there are some cute girls there. Shunyu-san leaned forward and gazed at me pleadingly, but I couldn't help but rear back in a fluster. Not to worry, Sugendo acts as tour guides all the time. Or rather, I enjoyed playing the occasional tour guide, since I wasn't qualified to perform certain repair jobs nor work full-time like Jin-san.
ありがとうです。それで、おいくらです？
Oh, she wanted to talk about the cost now? That was surprisingly level-headed of her. It would help steer the conversation along, though. Let's see, the hourly and daily rates differ. Based on my experience, it would be simpler to write down Sugendo's costs rather than explain things orally. I retrieved the notebook from my backpack and wrote out the relevant information. This is the hourly fee with a 100 yen upcharge during the holidays. Any and all necessary traveling costs are at the customer's expense. Shunyu-san looked rather troubled when she looked at the total sum. Was it too expensive? It had Sugendo's margin baked in to my hourly wage, but may have been a bit rough for a university student to pay. Most of my family is there. Grandma's house is there, but not in use? Okay. Is it an empty house? I would have to check with my dad, but it should be... but I should be able to offer a slightly lower rate if you hire us for an extended period. Could also do it for free rather than through Suigendo if you're willing to work around my schedule when it's convenient for me.
それはダメ。
Shinu-san, who had been frowning at the list of busts I had written down in my notebook, looked up at me angrily.
自分を安売りするのは美徳ではないよ。水本さんはプロとして仕事をして、うちはその仕事に報酬を払う。それが正しい形。
Sorry, I wasn't trying to offend you. I couldn't help but apologize when she berated me like that. The total cost is geared toward tourists, but I still think it might be too expensive.
違うのよ。逆よ逆。安すぎなのよ。うちこの100倍くらいで考えてたのよ。水本さんのお店ブラック？最低賃金？ちゃんともらってるです。
100 times? No, 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 no. Even 10 times more would be out of the question. If it were 100 times higher, a half-day guided tour would cover my entire monthly salary. While I was becoming increasingly flustered, Shunyu-san remained nothing short of serious.
サービスには適切な対価が支払われるものよ。この値段では適切なサービスを受けられるのか不安ね。
I guess that was another way of looking at it. Personally, I didn't mind if something was cheap. If anything, I would be satisfied knowing I didn't spend a lot of money that ended up lacking later. Was this sort of mentality influenced by where she was from or how she was raised? If I had to guess, it was likely the latter. Wait, I get it now. Not as much when we first met, but this girl reminded me of Shihaya. I wondered why that was. It was crude of me to phrase it this way, but perhaps it was characteristic of the wealthy. Compared to Chihaya, she was much more forward.
水本さん、気を悪くしちゃったです。
She speaks great Japanese. Why?
急に黙っちゃったから。
No, not at all. I was a bit impressed and realized how much confidence you have in your business partners.
信頼がある？どういう意味？
Well, I don't really mean anything bad by it. Obviously, quality goods have the price tag to match, but it's not something I'm especially conscious of at work. I was being appropriately compensated for my work at Shigendo, and they should pay me for this as well. Although I had explained the fees to Shunyu-san, I had only presented her with a fixed sum and had never considered why those values were established. However, this had become a bit problematic. How much work was Shunyu-san expecting out of me? I couldn't afford to give a simple response. At a time like this, my old man would. How about this? Give us a 1-hour trial period, then you can decide whether to continue working with us or not. The price will remain as is. Even if we took 10 times the fee, it won't mean that we'll provide 10 times the service. If you don't like what you see, we'll only charge you for the hour of work provided. Her face softened when she heard my proposal.
いい提案だね。その最初の1時間はいつ？
Whenever you'd like, I can take on a job like this without needing approval.
なら今からだね。
Right now?
いつでもいいって言ったよ。今日何か予定があるです？
No, I don't.
イースン本意イースンチン。日本語では時は金なりです。行きましょう。
Shunyu-san immediately sprung into action. In fact, she really didn't need to run. She sure knows how to take the initiative. If anything, she was an absolute ball of energy. Another aspect in which she differed from Chihaya, huh?
水本さん、早く早く。
The way she waved her arms was almost childish. She must have been quite happy about this. She had come such a long way to Japan and was about to delve into something she loved so much to her heart's content. I'm coming right now. The sun was beginning to set by the time we exited the private residence we had visited. I hadn't expected her to get so lost in conversation with the homeowner. Thank you very much. She expressed her gratitude to Saito-san, who had gone to the trouble of coming out to see her off, and smiled cheerfully.
純ちゃん、お父さんによろしくね。
貴重なお話ありがとうございましたです。
いいのよ。私こそ昔話ができて楽しかったわ。
He's cute.
いつも暇を持て余してるの。また来てちょうだいね。
Maybe I don't want to go for the childhood friend after all. Let her sort that shit out with a fiance.
はいです。
それじゃあね。
The second the sliding door closed, Shuni-san leaned over and let out a roar. Shuni-san, what's the matter?
純也、
Huh?
あなたは最高のビジネスパートナーだよ。
About 2 hours prior. Thought she was on a 1-hour trial. Shunu-san and I made our way from the university towards some of the locations she had marked on her map. We took the Shika rail, got off at Kaigankoken station, and eventually found ourselves in a neighborhood lined with traditional Japanese houses. We passed by homes with huge courtyards and expansive enclosed fences on the way to our destination. It was indeed an imposing residence, however.
塀が高くて建物が見えないね。これは想定外よ。
We looked troubled as she held her phone in both hands. Can't you take pictures through the gaps in the fences?
それは盗撮になるよね。
Yeah, I guess so.
水本さん、犯罪はダメよ。
I'm sorry. She got mad at me. Yeah, she was right. Well then. Why don't we try and ask if we can take photos from the inside?
確かに。撮るのなら、まずは住んでいる方にご挨拶が正しい手順です。でも。
Although she agreed with my suggestion, she looked rather uncomfortable and began to fidget in place. I hadn't expected this. I figured she would have said, let's hurry up and introduce ourselves then. And just then...
あら、やっぱり純ちゃんよね。なんでも屋さんの。
someone I knew walked through the gate. Oh, do you live here, Saito-san?
お知り合いです。
An acquaintance of my father's and a customer of Suigendo's. I don't work with him personally, but I recognized him from the times he came around to Suigendo with refreshments.
ああ、そういえば純ちゃんは来たことなかったわね。お父さんにはいつもお世話になってるのよ。見ての通り古い家でしょ。水回りがすぐ詰まっちゃうのよ。その度に直してもらってるの。助かってるわ。それで今日は何のご用かしら。
Talk about lucky. I was showing her around Sumisara since she likes to look at whole houses. Sorry to ask this, but would you mind if we took photos of the outside?
あらあら、そうだったの。こんなボロ屋でよければお好きにどうぞ。
本当ですか。ありがとうございますです。
さあ、お入りなさい。
はいです。今日は本当に幸せな日だよ。純也は私の見込んだ通りの男ね。
Shuni continued to shower me with praise and had dropped the honorific entirely in her excitement.
いっぱいいっぱ ぱい写真も撮れたし、お話まで聞かせてもらえるなんて。
After getting a good look around the outside, Saito-san was gracious enough to give us a tour of the inside of the house. Kinda weird that he's saying Saito-san as a he, but then when the person talks, it's called Mrs. and has a woman's voice. Saito, not a woman name, as far as I know at least. What's more, he shared the history of the house over tea cakes. Oh, now it's a he. Yeah, it's a he. All I did was listen quietly to Saito-san's story, but I found Shunryu-san's enthusiastic nodding and note-taking to be nothing short of heartwarming. Which was why we ended up staying out this late.
全部純也のおかげだよ。
We just happened to run into one of my father's acquaintances. I didn't do anything special.
そんなことないよ。これは日々の地域ぐるみの交流の芽吹きなのよ。長年にわたる住民間ネットワーク形成の成果。
What are you talking about? I didn't know how I felt about what she had just said.
つまり純也と純也のお父様がスミソラの人たちと大事に信頼関係を築いてきたということで、そうでなければ面識があるからといって突然外国の人間を連れてきた人を家の中に迎え入れたりはしないよ。純也が信頼されていて、そのおかげで私も信頼してもらえた、そういうことです。私一人ではなかなかこうはいかないよ。
That's true.
確かに取るのならまずは住んでいる方にご挨拶が正しい手順です。でも
Was that why Shunryu-san hesitated? I hadn't realized that, but maybe that's just the kind of person she was. I should try to be more conscientious.
純也の仕事には十分に満足です。これからもお願いしたい。いいですか？
Oh yeah, that had been our deal. Of course. Getting my hands on some extra cash before Golden Week would honestly be a huge help for me as well.
じゃあスケジュールはどうするです？
Good question. If you could give me a general idea of what you'd like to get out of this job before the weekend, then I can work from there.
何を言ってるですか、純也。
What do you mean, what?
週末なんて待ってられないね。明日からスタートだよ。
Hold up, we're jumping right into this. Tomorrow, I need to check my calendar first.
純也人気者？なら今すぐ確認ね。純也の時間をうちがキープね、キープ。
Her incredibly forward personality was certainly keeping me on my toes. I guess that was fine. Sure, there's a cafe I like to hang out nearby. Why don't we talk there?
オッケーオッケー。何というお店？
It has an odd name. It's called Yukuru. I hope you like it too, Chunyu-san.
楽しみですね。あ、それとさんはいらないよ。チュンユーと呼んでほしいね。
We were dropping honorifics already. It seemed Chunyu-san wasn't the type to mess around. What's going on? I didn't get any weird feelings about Chunyu-san, nor did I have a problem with her setting such a fast pace for this relationship. Let's go, Chunyu.
はいです。
Seaside Cafe Yukuru. What does it stand for? This is Yukuru, one of Suigendo's valued clients. The cafe was a short walk from Shikajima Station and served as a popular cafe to local surfers.
うちのマンション近くにこんなお店あったのね。知らなかったよ。
Oh, you live nearby?
そうです。まだ引っ越してきたばかりで、この周りもよくわかってないけどね。もっと歩き回ってお店を開拓しないと。
You'll become more familiar with the area in the process of going around looking at the old houses.
確かにこれはあれ日本語で一石二鳥
Yeah, that covers it. I was engulfed in a familiar atmosphere upon opening the front door, and a voice I recognized greeted us from the bar.
いらっしゃいませ
What the fuck?
ちょっと待ってて
Why do they have a middle schooler working at the cafe? Why? The girl waved both hands at me from behind the counter. She was concealed by the counter, so I could only see her from the shoulders up, though.
お待たせゆくるへようこ
Are you the owner? You're working today, Rin-chan.
そそうだよ
Let me introduce you, Chunyu. This is Rin-chan, the cafe's poster child.
よろしくねりんちゃん
Literally. After some brief introductions, Rin-chan stared straight at Chunyu.
どうかしましたです美人さんだなってあなたもとっても可愛いねうちワン・チュンユーと言いますワン・チュンユーちゃん
Chunyu smiled sweetly at Rin-chan's awkward-sounding response.
好きに呼んでくださいじゃあチュンちゃんねリンはねリンっていうのはじめましてリン素敵なお店です嬉しい
Rin-chan replied as she elbowed my thigh.
チュン
It was frightening to know that despite how she looked, she was only 9 years old. Was it her father's genes? What the hell is L1?
トイレだよパパジュンくんが美人連れてきたよ
319? That's a long time ago. Why the hell does it skip? Horse skip on L1. Show back logger. That didn't work before. Oh. Jin-kun, you always bring a different girl here, not to mention they're all beautiful.
ジュンくんいっつも連れてくる女の子違うよねしかもみんな美人なの
Don't say things like that. Won't make me sound bad. Frightening to know that despite how she looked, yeah. Come to think of it, Rin-chan, where's your dad? The bedroom. Papa, Jun-kun brought a pretty girl with him.
ほらリントイレって言うなって言ったろ仮にも飲食業なんだから
That's a guy.
と純也くんいらっしゃい
Yeah. That is one of the most girl-looking guys I've ever seen in anime. And that's saying a lot. Good evening, sir. This was the owner of the cafe, Shin Inaho-san. He had been running the place for a decade now. It was hard to get a handle on his age based on his appearance, but I assumed he was at least 40 years old.
ほらリン お客様を案内して。
Looks 20.
お客さんいないんだから好きなところ座っていいのに。
Just as Rin-chan said, there weren't any customers. Oh, very popular cafe.
悲しくなること言わないでほしいね。
ジュン君こっち窓際どうぞ。
Thank you. Shunyu, have a seat.
はいです。お待たせしました。
Rin-chan brought 2 cups of hot coffee. Yunaho-san had brewed to our seats in an experienced fashion.
ジュンちゃんもどうぞ。ありがとうです、リン。
After she set down our coffee, she put the tray under her arm and whispered into my ear.
ねえ、これ浮気ってやつ？
Huh?
だってジュン君は千早さんと付き合ってるんでしょ？それとも千早さんとは別れてこの人と付き合ってるの？
こらリン、お客様にプライベートを聞いちゃダメだっていつも言ってるじゃないか。
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
ほんと誰にも言ったんだか。純也君にチュンユさんごめんな。
That's alright. Please don't worry about it.
で実のところどうなんだい？
Yunaho-san whispered into my ear just like his daughter had done. I'm not dating either of them. That's enough. Please go back.
ではごゆっくり。
楽しい人たちね。
I'm sorry. Come on, bring your coffee before it gets cold. Yunaho-san recommended it after all.
はい、では。
She grabbed the cup and brought it to her lips.
いい香り。酸っぱいのと苦いのが一緒ね。知らない味。でもとても美味しい。気に入ったです。
Glad to hear it. I helped myself to a drink of coffee as well. It's great. When he thought of Yukuro, this was the flavor that came to mind. Although I wasn't especially knowledgeable about coffee, I rather enjoyed the deliciousness of its rather uncompromising flavor. Shunyu seemed to be genuinely enjoying her coffee as well, as she let out a satisfied sigh and returned the cup to its saucer. After taking a breath,
それではスケジュールを確認です。
after comparing our schedules, I agreed to give her tours on Wednesdays and Fridays after my lectures, and then all day on Saturdays. I had tomorrow off as well, but Shunyu agreed to start after the paperwork was drafted by my old man over the next 2 days.
サインを交わすまで仕事は始めない。契約は大事よ。
Yep. Okay, shall we?
はい、ちょうどいただきます。領収書を切るかい？
No, I don't need one today. This isn't for work after all.
律儀だね。
That's right. About what you requested before, Jin-san finished the repairs, so he said he'll bring it by after work is over. I've gotten a Shoko message from Jin-san while I was talking with Shunyu.
レコードプレイヤーか？ありがたい。リンがフリマで見つけて買ったんだけど、動かなくて難儀してたんだよ。ジンに頼んで正解だったな。
I had heard it was just that the belt was broken, so it had just needed that part replaced.
これで店の BGM もレコードでいけそうだな。
Yunaho-san said, showing off a few records he dug out from under the register. What are those records?
まあ、俺の心のふるさと。そんなイメージの曲だ。そうだな。例えば、昔入り浸ってたカフェの曲。って言っても、実際にかかっていたわけじゃないんだけど、そんな気持ちにさせてくれるんだよな。デジタルもいいんだけど、こういうのはレコードで聴いてみたくってさ。
That had several opportunities to see records and their players or at previous jobs, but I had never actually heard one play.
リンも聞いてみたい。
Rinsha, you know about records?
よくわからないけど、でも回すと音が出るってことはわかるよ。
かくいう俺もレコードとかのアナログ音源は初めてでさ、親子で聴く初めてのレコード。なんかよくね？
Indeed, it may suit this cafe well at that.
だろ？
He said it as an amiable smile came to his face. It was likely this expression of Inaho-san's that charmed the regulars at this cafe.
ま、今度来た時に曲は披露するよ。純也くんも気に入ってくれるといいな。
That sounds good. I couldn't come up with anything clever to say and gave that vague
ご
reply.
ちそうさまでしたです。また来ますね。
いつでもどうぞ。
またね、ジュンくん、ジュンちゃん。はいです。またね、リン。
I hadn't expected to spend so much of my time with Shunyu today.
なんだかもう、ジュンヤとは今日会ったとは思えない感じだね。
Shunyu had the same thought I'd had and gave me a peculiar smile. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised myself. I think I just got caught up in everything.
そう？ジュンヤのおかげだと思うよ。
No, definitely not. Unlike Misora, I wasn't social enough to make friends that fast. We only reached this point because of how forward Shunyu could be. Let's call it a day. You live nearby, right?
はい。では次は明後日。楽しみね。
Well, we might bump into each other at the university tomorrow.
そうだね。こういう時何と言うんだったっけ？あ、思い出した。ジュンヤ、うちのこと末永くよろしくお願いしますね。
Might be more appropriate to say I look forward to working with you instead. Wasn't for many years to come something you would say to a marriage partner?
そうなのです。日本語難しいね。
Shunyu groaned in exasperation. True enough, there were nuances you probably wouldn't pick up on unless you lived here for a while. Alright, I should be going.
はい。ではまた明日。
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Mata-o.
ジュンヤさんは八方美人じゃありません。誰にでも優しいってだけなんです。それが八方美人だって言ってんの。
When I got back to Sugendo, Aino-chan and that girl, Satomi-san, were in the middle of an argument.
あ、順におかえり。
Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. What's going on?
アズーンが順にのことディスったからアイヌがちょい切れ。
Azu?
アズーン。
Misana pointed to Azusa as he spoke. Misara wasted no time in showing off her unique communication skills, however. Is she okay with being called that? She didn't seem like the type who would be a fan of nicknames.
出てるよ。ねえ、アズーン。その呼び方やめてってば。アズーンって可愛いじゃん。可愛いとか関係ないし。あ、ジュンヤさん、おかえりなさい。
Azusa tried to make a break for it the moment she laid eyes on me. Satomi-san. I quickly called out to her and she spun around to meet my gaze. I choked up on the spot thanks to her strong, piercing gaze.
アズサ、名字で呼ばないで。
I messed up. I didn't think she would get upset about that though. These really were going terribly from the get-go, weren't they? Azusa, are you hungry? Have you had dinner yet? Panic gave rise to more panic, and those words came flying out of my mouth. Oh man, what was I going on about? Shouldn't have asked her that. Why couldn't I have asked her something else? This is going to make her even more suspicious of me. Oh, Azusa's expression just now was... Wait, was it my imagination?
八方美人。
あ、
言っちゃった。あの子、純兄のこと嫌いなのかな。
Even so, you don't need to say it out loud.
嘘嘘。みんな純兄ラブチだから。
Guess not?
そうです。みんな純也さんのことが大好きですから。
Ugh. Well, someone does. It was painful to hear her voice getting quieter, almost as if she had been forced to say it. Thanks, both of you.
でも純兄の尊い犠牲のおかげでなんとなく分かったんだな。
Figured what out?
もちアズン攻略法ラブチーな作戦思いついた。
Caesar grinned, seemingly convinced of her own victory. Try not to cause any problems for Azusa.
あの子の方が純也さんに迷惑をかけてます。
She is. Aino-chan was still sulking. She was such a good girl to get so upset on my behalf. Did you think she was angry for herself?
ってアイノ、そろそろ帰った方がよくない？
Aino-chan took a look at her phone, then quickly grabbed her bag.
すみません、私帰りますね。アズンと遊んでたら時間忘れちゃったね。遊んでないよ。あの子があんまり失礼だったから。それより順にアイノのことを送っていってあげなよ。遅くなっちゃったしさ。
Good point. I'll walk you home.
いいんですか
Aino-chan didn't seem to fully like the idea. Was she being cautious around me? It was kind of depressing. Ah, he's clueless.
いいって遠慮しない。
Why are you answering for her? I don't mind as long as you're fine with it, Aino-chan.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Goodness, she didn't seem to dislike me. On the contrary. We walked side by side after leaving Sugendo. It occurred to me then that we rarely had a chance to be alone together, mostly because Mizura was always around. How's it going in school? Probably pretty rough now that you're a third year.
そうですね。あまり変わってないですけど。先生たちは受験のことをよく話してるので、3年生になったんだなって感じます。
Our innocuous conversation continued on like so. Whatever the case, I couldn't come up with any topics to discuss with the high school girl. I'd feel ancient if I even tried to ask Aino-chan what was popular these days.
さっきの子なんですけど、あずささんって言うんですよね。純也さんとはどういう関係なんですか？
What was my relationship with her? Mysterious girl that had thrown the subject of Takaya in my face out of nowhere? Objectively speaking, I couldn't call her anything more than an acquaintance. Feels like she knew my brother, but I don't know much more than that. I only just met her recently.
お兄さんの。
Aino-chan cast her eyes downward. She came over to hang out at our place a lot, so Aino-chan had known Takaya and had been around when he passed away. You don't need to worry about it too much.
はい。でも、どうしてあんなに純也さんのことを悪く言うんですか？会ったばかりで、純也さんのことを知りもしないのに。
Well, it seems Azusa's got her reasons for it. Aino-chan's face contained a mixture of bafflement and anger. She probably disliked that I had effectively sidestepped the question. Still, I appreciate you getting so upset for my sake. Thank you for that.
そのお礼なんて、私が勝手に怒ってしまっただけで、純也さんのためだなんて、その。
Do you think you could just ignore her next time she comes by? Oh, and I'm fine, really. I want to get to know Azusa properly, and maybe we'll reach the point where she'll eventually tell me what's bothering her. She did tell me her name at least. It makes me wonder if Azusa is willing to meet me halfway. I wanted to believe that to be true.
すみません。
Aino-chan?
私、純也さんの気持ちも知らずに邪魔しちゃいましたよね。
His shoulders drooped downward. Whoa, I screwed up. Why couldn't I ever say anything sensible at moments like these? No, you don't need to worry about that. This is purely an issue between the two of us. But I appreciate everything you did for me, Aino-chan. In fact, I think you're amazing.
すごいって。
It's difficult for me to talk to Azusa, and she's always running away from me. And yet you and Misura were able to face her head on. I'm honestly grateful. How should I put this? Thanks to you, I'm relieved to know that she's the type to open up if you just talk to her.
純也さん。
Her expression brightened. Thank goodness. I thought she was about to break down into tears.
よかった。私、純也さんのお役に立てて嬉しいです。もっと力になりたいっていつも思っているんですけど。
Do I seem that unreliable?
違います。そういう意味じゃなくて、その私が純也さんの私はいつも純也さんの味方ですから。
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I guess now isn't the best time to have this conversation, huh? I better get you home.
はい。
He's not romanceable, though. We're just leading her on. On a quiet Saturday afternoon, it's so peaceful. I took a seat on the guardrail and enjoyed the tranquility of the world. What an extravagant way to spend my day off. Couldn't go anywhere this time last year after all. Huh? I looked down at my phone when it vibrated and saw a message from Shunyu on the Chocotalk app. There's so many wonderful houses. I got to take a bunch of pictures too. I'm glad. Shunyu and I had gone on a walk around Sumisara this morning. We had checked out all of the places on our list, but she wanted to take additional exterior photos of some of the nearby houses. I offered to tag along, but she claimed it wasn't necessary and went off on her own.
契約に含まれないことを純也がする必要はないよ。ここで休んでてね。
I walked around too much though. Not sure where I am. Hey now. Can I come meet you? Just kept walking straight. I'll just go back the way I came. Alright. I guess that's fine then. There's no need to rush. Take care and be safe. I'll buy us drinks at the vending machines. What do you want? Consider it a treat from a satisfied customer. Compensation for coming out on your day off. Huh. I'd appreciate it. I'm fine with whatever you pick. Okay. This was the fourth time I had guided Chunyo around the city. She was direct about everything she did and said, so I tried to do the same in return. It felt like I had fully opened up to her. There were several instances where the residents of the homes we visited were surprised by Chunyo's candor, but I was able to smooth things over. She'd gotten to see roughly half of the homes she wanted to visit, but not without adding a few more to her list while we were out and about. At the rate we were going, we'd likely finish touring Sumisara before Golden Week. Golden Week? What do you thought of consecutive holidays in May? It was the peak season in which all of Sumisara welcomed in a barrage of tourists. Everyone was enthused to make up for last year. With how hyped everyone was in the shopping district, my old man Jin-san would undoubtedly be swamped for the next few days. It was because of their busy schedule that Misora complained left and right about having to mind the store, but she simmered down after learning she would be compensated appropriately. I would help out Jin-san with work on days I wasn't guiding Chunyu or within the shop in Mizora's place. With all of that in place, I hadn't seen Chihaya or Inata this week. Our schedules hadn't matched up at university either. Well, not like that was especially weird. It was about time for... figured this would come. I'm free tomorrow. Could we meet up at the old estate? Yeah, I got the day off. Goodness, come by in the afternoon. Hinata will tag along with us as well. Don't want to meet up at Sugendo? I'm going with father to visit an acquaintance. Acquaintance? Going out twice means getting ready twice. No. Means getting ready once and making it count. Is that how it goes? Got it. You've seemed busy lately. Keep up the good work. You haven't been at your usual spot at university either. You got hired for a big job as a tour guide. I see. It's great that it's going well. Don't forget about me either. For sure. Renovations, I wonder how those are coming along.
リノベって
You just surprised me. Did you get to take your pictures?
はいです。見て見て。
Junior showed me one photo after another on her smartphone. What seemed like old, ordinary houses to me seemed to take on more of a Japanese spirit when taken from Junior's perspective. It was kind of wondrous.
それでリノベって日本語っぽくないね。
Oh, renovations. It's basically like remodeling, I suppose. The house my friend's grandpa lived in went vacant after he passed away. We've been talking about whether it can be remodeled into a place where people could hang out at.
へえ、それは興味深いよ。
Is it an old building?
それも興味あるけど、リノベーションの方ね。
Really? If it gets remodeled, it'll likely lose some of its former aesthetic.
時代が変われば家が変わるのは当然。その変化も家の一部なのよね。
Oh, I guess I just assumed you would dislike that sort of thing.
家は人の営みがあってこその場所よ。建物を守るために生活が犠牲になるのは終点重も。昔の人の思いを受け継ぎつつ、今の人の営みを豊かにする。とても大事なことね。
You really hit the nail on the head with that one. Perhaps I was just being short-sighted. As impressed as I was with Chunyu's perspective on the situation,
純也がどんな風にリノベーションをするのか興味あるです。その家もいつか見てみたいね。
you're welcome to join me.
本当に嬉しいです。
Just as she was about to lean forward, Chunyu was taken aback.
でも友達は大丈夫？
He had a point. I needed to be more mindful of that sort of thing. I don't think she'd mind, but I'll check with her to be sure.
はいです。
I'd imagine Chihaya would give the green light with a single message to Choco. Perhaps I'd ask her about it tomorrow. Why not right now?
今の純也、いつもより心が穏やかに見えるよ。
What does that mean?
さあ、お話の相手が大事な方なんじゃないです？
Oh. It didn't fully click with me, so I shrugged. Might be because of where we are.
場所？
My brother died in an accident. I've come here often ever since. It's difficult to explain, but I think I feel closer to my brother here than at home.
純也、
To my surprise, Junio leaned in close and placed her hands on my shoulders.
あなたは生きてるです。忘れないで。
Her intense gaze made my heart clench. Where's this coming from? Of course I'm alive. I gave that light-hearted response to try and gloss over the pain. Junio stepped away, seemingly discouraged, and took a seat on the guardrail at my
純
side.
也は見ていて心配になるのよね。この前友達から聞いた彼氏みたいだよ。
I appreciated the change in subject. Junio likely hadn't planned for it, but I was grateful and went along with it. Is this friend from the university?
そう。留学して最初に仲良くなった女の子よ。すごく可愛くて、人間としても素晴らしい人です。その子、よく彼氏の愚痴をうちに言うのよ。
What does she complain about? Is he mistreating her or something?
じゃなくて、とても優しくて、頼めば聞いてくれるんだって。けど、それは彼女だけじゃないのよ。相手が誰であっても、とても優しくて頼みを聞いてくれる。友達は、まるでその人が自分自身を削って分け与えてるみたいだって言ってたよ。見ていて危うい。いつかなくなっちゃうんじゃないかって。まあ友達は私だけ見てればいいのにって思ってるのかもね。
Shunyu smiled and gently shrugged her shoulders, then turned to me with a serious look in her eyes.
純也にも同じ危うさを感じるのよね。もっと自分の欲望に忠実になっていいのよ。
That's easier said than done. I don't really need or want very much.
それが危ういと言っているのです。は
She let out an exaggerated sigh. I'd answered her honestly. Besides, what did she mean by dangerous?
まあいいよ。それよりも来週のスケジュールを決めるです。
Sure, why don't we settle in somewhere? It would be awkward to keep standing around talking.
この前行ったお店がいいです。なんてところでしたっけ？
Oh, you already forgot? Yukuru.
そう、ゆくる。うちあの店がとても気に入ったです。さあ、移動開始よ。
Well, I'm feeling pretty happy because I've lasted 4 hours, and I am getting sleep, but I think I can take a break and still make it a little long. So let's do that. I'll be right back. I'm back. So I've been sleepy. I think I'm holding out okay. I don't think I can make it 6 hours, but hopefully 5 is doable. Something here. Just taking a look at my YouTube. The next day, Sunday, I fulfilled my promise of swinging by the Ojo estate, where Chihaya lived. From Suigendo, it was just beyond the Yachiman Shrine, then over the Shika rail tracks. It took about 15 minutes on foot if I didn't get caught up at the railway crossing, which meant we were effectively in the same neighborhood. As an aside, the Issei residence where Hinata's family lived was right next door. The Ojo and Issei families, along with their assistants, had been treated like local celebrities since the Meiji period. They didn't care about politics or power dynamics, so that kind of thing went way over my head. It's been a while since I came here for anything other than work. The Ojo family was a valued customer of Suigendo, often employing us for hot jobs, like moving heavy objects and home repairs, each and every month. We often hung out at each other's homes when we were younger, but visits became infrequent as we got older. The last time I had come over was most likely for her engagement party? Ito-san? Even now I could vividly recall how delighted Chihaya looked back then. I turned toward a sudden noise and discovered the black luxury vehicle had stopped in place. Ito-san held up his hand from the driver's seat. The window of the back seat opened and the head of the Hojo family appeared from within. Tadayasu? Hojo-san, good afternoon. Chihaya's father, Tadayasu Hojo-san, was an active member of the lower house in parliament. He was what you would call a political representative.
住宅の話をするんだろ。千早から聞いてる。一緒に行こう。
Hojo-san got out of the vehicle, then turned to Kilo-san in the driver's seat.
夕食会は千早も連れて行く。すぐ出せるようにしておいてくれ。
心得ています。
The vehicle passed by me and headed toward the parking area. It only lasted a moment, but my eyes met Kito-san's.
待たせたね。さあ行こ
う。Yes, sir. was a short walk from the yard to the entryway, and the service door allowed for immediate access into the house from the parking area. I had to guess, Ojo-san likely used this entrance regularly.
君とこうして話すのは高谷君の葬儀以来かな。改めてお悔やみを言うよ。
Allow me to thank you instead. Kira-san was a genuinely great help to us back then. Dad fell into a deep depression after losing my brother. Much worse than when we lost Mom, and Kira-san had taken over all of the funeral arrangements. Naturally, Ojo-san had been the one who instructed Kira-san to assist us.
君たちとは家族のようなものじゃないか。当然のことだよ。
I didn't remember it well, but the Ojo family had apparently assisted us back during Mom's funeral, too.
私から見ても高谷君は立派な男性だった。彼を失ったのはスミソラにとっても残念なことだ。
Takaya would have loved to have heard you say that. It was exactly as Ojo-san said. Everyone from those in the shopping district to the Young People's Association relied on Takaya. If only it weren't for that accident.
時に純也君。
Rather than call for Chihaya when we walked inside, Ojo-san lowered his voice and expression grew. His expression grew, sir? Yes?
高谷君が亡くなる前、何か変わったことはなかったかね。
Something strange. No, nothing seemed odd at Sugendo.
そうではなく、高谷君にだ。
Takaya? Why was Ojo-san asking about Takaya?
いや何、大したことではないんだが、気になることがあってね。
Did you get bitten by a bug? Maybe. Is there a conspiracy? What was he bothered by? Ojo-san.
おかえりなさい、お父様。あら、純也も一緒だったのね。
外で見かけてね。これを頼む。
Ojo-san handed his bag and came to Chihaya.
お部屋に持っていきますね。純也はリビングね。ひなたはもう来てるから。
Chihaya vanished up the stairs to the second floor, and Ojo looked at me with his usual gentle demeanor.
すまない。今の話は忘れてくれ。私の勘違いだった。
A mistake.
もう年だな。昔を思い出そうとすると出来事が混ざってしまうようだね。
Alright.
ゆっくりしていきなさい。千早は出かけるが、君たちはくつろいでいけばいい。昔のようにね。それじゃ。
始めましょうか。人が集まる場所ってどういうところかしら。
They only have one outfit, huh? We began our discussion after we helped ourselves to some expensive-looking tea and sweets.
やはりお店でしょうか。
人が集まるって言ったらそれよね。でも何を売る？
そうですね。和服に合わせる小物はどうでしょう。手拭いとかかんざしとか。
それいい。スミソラの職人さんならお願いできる人何人か知ってるわ。
Eateries are a staple too, like a cafe or a restaurant.
それもいいわね。おじいさまの家なら洋風でも和風でも雰囲気出るし。あの家昔は専任のコックが何人もいたの。だから厨房も本格的なのよ。
Wow, they did? Full-time cooks? How was the Oja family for you? They did things on a different scale.
何を作るかにもよりますが、食材を扱うのは管理が大変そうですね。
それもそうね。売るものを絞るのはどう？出来合いのものを買ってもらうの。完売したらその日は終わり。
Like a bakery?
ドーナ ツ屋さんとか。
どっちも素敵。目に浮かぶ。他にはお店以外のアイデアはない？
This could come by and play in the yard if you converted it into a park.
お屋敷を丸ごと画廊にするのもありでしょうか。
So no one says hotel.
なるほど、公共施設にするのね。だったら
We had given this a lot of thought over the last week, and the variety of suggestions were being made in rapid succession. With how things were going, I'd bet we could nail something down in no time. Or so I had thought.
どれも良くて決められないわね。
Hinata and I continued to throw out more ideas while Chihaya considered the validity of our suggestions. Chihaya was having trouble narrowing down our options, and the conversation gradually took a turn for the worse.
ひとまず物を売る店にするのかどうかだけでも決めませんか？
そうよね。でもな、かんざし屋も画廊もどっちも素敵よね。
The Yoja family owned the old estate, but Chihaya should still be the one to make that call. Unfortunately, she had always been terrible at making a decision. She has great memories of living there. She should let other people have great memories of living there. Hotel. Hinata and I both knew that, so we didn't think anything much of it. That's not something you need to decide right away.
それはそうなんだけど、大方針くらいは決められるかなって思ってたのにな。
What did you picture when you decided you wanted to create a gathering place? It was an innocuous question, but a rather peculiar silence fell between us. Had I said something odd?
それはね
提案したのは私です。
Really?
千早様が旧宅がなくなってしまうのは避けたいとおっしゃるので、あの家を人が集まる場所にしてはどうかと。
さすがひなたでしょ。明暗だって思ったの。
私としては壊すまでの間の話のつもりだったんですけどね。
私は壊すのが嫌なの。
You know what's going on now. We've reached the point where we've come up with so many ideas that none of them click with you, right?
そうね。
Chihaya gazed vacantly up at the expansive ceiling.
食べ物屋さんかな。喫茶店かレストラン。
A restaurant was a high hurdle, just as Inata said earlier. Then again, she could just change her mind later. This was her decision after all. Want to stop by Yukuru? We could scope out to get a feel for the restaurant, and maybe even get some advice from Inaho-san.
いいかも。
私も賛成です。とはいえ、そろそろ支度を。
千早さん、そろそろ支度した方がいいんじゃないかな。
いけない、もうこんな時間。純也、ごめんなさい。続きはまた今度ね。
You got it.
ひなた、髪のセットお願い。
お任せください。
We stood up in unison and headed for the door.
しげとさん、すぐ準備しますので。
ごゆっくり。
Phew. What a small sigh.
お疲れだね。いつものことかな。
Huh?
ほら、千早さんの。
Yes, I suppose. He was referring to what I had said about Chihaya's behavior the last time we spoke. Had what I said bothered him? If so, then I clearly messed up. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to talk about Chihaya behind her back.
ああ、いや、いいんだ。気にしてない。
大丈夫。
Hiro-san replied in a hurried tone, then took a seat beside me for whatever reason.
気を悪くしないでほしいんだが、千早さんが君の話をしてね。君が高谷君のことをまだ抱えてると。
Chihaya did? Lots of people sure had brought up Takaya to die. I had no idea she was so worried about me. I'm fine though, really. I mean, there were times when I couldn't sleep and moped around.
そうか。ならいいんだが、ちょっと心配になってね。
Thank you very much. I appreciate your concern.
純也君は僕にとっても弟みたいなものだと思っている。
Oh man, no, I don't want to date her.
だから困ったことがあったらいつでも言ってほしいんだ。
Nothing's really going on. Then, it was at that moment. I recalled what my old man had mentioned over breakfast. Come to think of it, I heard Takaya was searching for something.
探していた？何を？
No idea. I only just learned about it recently from my dad. I guess there isn't much point in me asking you about it, Hiro-san. I'm sorry. That's the conspiracy. They had him killed. And now they're trying to see if I know about it. God damn it. And then I won't feel bad about her dumping his ass.
君は何も聞いていないんだね。
They're politicians after all. Right.
探してた高谷君か。
Hiro-san brought a hand to his chin and seemed to be lost in thought. Is everything okay?
いや、ごめん。何か思い当たるような気がしたんだが、1年前のことだろう。すぐには出てこないようだ。
That's about right. Ojo-san said something similar earlier too.
先生が？
The door opened and both Chihaya and Inata entered the room.
シゲトさん、支度が済みました。
千早さん。
Higato-san stood up from the sofa and approached Chihaya. She's going out in her school uniform?
華やかになったね。見違えたよ。
She looks exactly the same.
嬉しい。
To be honest, she looked the same as she always did to me. Well, there we go. I clamped my mouth shut when Inata shot me a look that said, "Don't say a word."
お待たせしてごめんなさい。参りましょう。
純也君と話が盛り上がってね。退屈しなかったよ。
まあ、どんな話をされたの？
男同士の秘密さ。なあ、純也君。
Hiro-san shot me a quick glance. Yes, it's a secret.
まあ、殿方だけでずるいわ。
さあ、行こうか。
ええ。それじゃあ、純也、ひなた、また今度ね。
Yeah, later.
いってらっしゃいませ。
Chihaya coiled her arm around Sugeto's, then walked down the corridor looking quite chummy. I guess most of the start of this game is all one round. Guess we're done here? Ojo-san had told us to make ourselves at home, but I had no reason to overstay my welcome. After Chihaya and Shigeto left, Hinata and I left the Ojo estate soon after. I haven't made a decision in a long time. Shortly after our departure, Hinata asked me to go shopping with her. Since I had nothing else planned, I agreed to tag along. It took about 20 minutes by train to reach Fushikawa Station, and from there, Hinata headed up to the 5th floor of a nearby building. It was the sole anime goods specialty shop along the Shika Rail line. The store was jam-packed with merchandise, starting off with manga and magazines at the entrance. It wasn't just manga either, there were anime, Blu-rays, CDs, and other goods for sale. Shelves were full of a variety of large anime paraphernalia, including clear files, posters, can badges, and the like. I didn't know much about anime or manga, but I could imagine this place was like a paradise for those who enjoyed that sort of thing. And the person who had brought me here, Hinata, was one such fan. Weep. Hinata scrutinized a pair of acrylic keychains in her hands. She hadn't moved a muscle after I left for the bathroom 10 minutes ago and was seemingly worrying over which one she should buy. Hinata had liked anime, manga, and games ever since we were little. Chihaya and I often watched, read, and played them with her. This may have held true for all little girls, but Hinata had a particularly strong attachment to princesses. There was a good chance that was related to how she had grown up watching Chihaya, who was probably the closest thing to a real-life princess. Hinata's nerdy hobbies hadn't affected us that much, even when she became addicted to consuming all things anime, manga, and games on a daily basis. She didn't hide the fact that she had nerdy interests either, and had several like-minded friends at the university. Hinata generally came here with her friends, but there were times when she had me tag along instead. The reason was, namely, this. It was on those rare occasions that she asked me to help her decide on what to buy. I suggested asking her friends, but they seemed to have a similar problem when it came to buying merch. What's more, they would argue amongst themselves, and that would risk them getting banned from the store. In truth, I would actually love to see Hinata get that worked up over something. Hinata?
ごめんなさい、まだ考え中です。
Hinata remained transfixed on the acrylic keychains in her hands as she spoke.
純也さんはどちらが可愛いと思いますか?
She held up the keychains for good measure. They were both girls, one with long pink hair in her right hand, and the other with short blue hair in her left. Long hair, obviously. Uh-huh. You should buy them as a set. If I had to pick, then I feel like they go together as a set.
セット?
That's how I feel about it anyway. Without one, it would lower the appeal of the other.
なるほど。
Hinata sounded pleased by my response. Did that mean I made the right
純
call?
也さん、なかなか分かってますけど、返事にはなってませんよ。
She's right. Which anime are these characters from?
アニメではありません。チョコキャスター。コンビで配信してるんです。
Oh, so they are a set. Wow. Chococasters were people who streamed live video on the website Chococast. That's what Hinata told me before anyway. These are illustrations though? Are they the same thing as those virtual celebrities or whatever?
V キャスターのことですか? そういうのもありますが、これは違います。チョコキャスターを 2D 化したアクキーです。
If I recall correctly, the video hosts were called live streamers. I didn't really get this whole 2Dification thing, but it was probably just their illustrated persona. They make goods for live streamers too?
タレントだって似顔絵のグッズがありますよね。あれと同じです。
Oh, that makes sense. The point being, they were treated like celebrities. Yeah, no, I get it, sort of. Hinata continued staring down at the acrylic keychains in her hands. If you're that unsure, why not buy both?
できることならそうしたいです。この子たちのどちらかだけを連れて行くなんて悲しいことできません。
I had no idea what she was talking about, but that's just how Hinata was.
でもダメなんです。 月末に推しのアルバムが出るので出費は抑えないと。
Unlike Chiaya, who could buy anything she wanted, Hinata took the time to carefully weigh her options. I thought she was hurting for cash, but it was interesting how different they were.
今お金があるんだから両方買えばいいのにと思ったでしょ。
I haven't said a word.
そういう顔しています。
You're the haircut. How's it going, One Chips? Fine, you got me.
純也さん、先ほど千早様が降りてきた時も何が変わったかわからないと思っていたでしょう。
And then you just got home. Playing big movie game, I see. It's just this character, I think. Yeah, that's right.
気持ちが顔に出すぎです。変わってませんね、純也さんは。昔のまま。
I'm helping your shop. Sorry, I haven't grown up at all.
いいえ、正直見ててほっとします。よし、決めました。こっちにします。で、こっちは来月を迎えということで。
Hinata placed the blue air keychain back on the shelf and headed for the sales desk to purchase the pink-haired character. Well, if I was a good friend, I would gift her the other one. You playing anything these days, Munships? Still in the ending. Are you sure it's the ending? I saw Inata off at the station and found my way back to Suigendo, where Mizuna and Azusa were silently slurping away at their squeezable ice cream milkshakes. Playing a lot of Magic the Gathering these days? Physically? Part 346 of the ending. Ah, yes. Of 687. So you're only halfway there.
おー、順におかえり。
See, you need magic. Me and a friend coded in Unity our own Magic the Gathering game. As you should. I mean, there's such a drought of Magic the Gathering games. You need to create your own, right? Azusa briefly looked like a deer caught in a headlight, then went back to suckling at the bottle-shaped ice cream like nothing had happened. Getting cards was stupid expensive. We're fed up with the high prices in the official Magic the Gathering game. We made our game and we have all cards. Do you need to spend money to get the digital cards in the Magic the Gathering arena? Magic the Gathering Online or whatever it's called. Card game, the effects don't trigger automatically, you have to move cards manually? It works. Does it have all the cards? Every single Magic the Gathering card ever made? Welcome to the gaming hellscape of 2024. Jesus. From the first set in 1992 to the last set released. That's interesting. Should make that available online, anonymously, of course. Can't get a cease and desist if they don't know where to mail. Credits. No one. I didn't make this. Lisa, what did you do?
何もまた覗き込んでたからアイス食べるって聞いたの。そしたら食べるってそんだけ。ついに作戦発動。
No, it made sense. Lisa was trying to butter up Asusa with food. Apparently, this wasn't the first time Asusa had come by Suigendo while I wasn't around. You had the Yatsune Miku cards? Holy shit! So it's the best game ever made. The best Magic the Gathering game ever made. That's not better than Project either. Chizuru had spoken with her every time and was slowly winning her over. Ayo-chan also had voiced her concerns to Asusa on my behalf, and I was nothing short of grateful. All of that had led to... this, then? Whatever the case, I'm glad you two are getting along.
仲良くとかなってないし。
Is that right? Whatever the case may be, at least she wasn't outright avoiding me the second she saw my face. I really did appreciate my little sister's help and pulled out the folding chair to sit in front of Asusa. Hey! It looked like she was going to ignore me. Well, whatever. I was going to keep talking either way. From what I've heard, Takaya was looking for something before he died. Asusa's eyes widened when she turned to look at me. It must have come as quite a shock, as she proceeded to choke on her ice cream. Sorry, I'll bring you some water. You rejected my first real attempt at having a conversation with her. That really sucks. Asusa had finally settled down in spite of the tears brimming in the corners of her lashes. She was also glaring right at me. I don't know what Takaya was searching for. Asusa, you knew Takaya, right? Do you have any idea what he was looking for? She remained silent and continued glaring at me. Asusa clearly had no intention of opening up to me, but just when I was about to give up. She kept her question brief. That may be the last job Takaya ever took, but he left off midway through. I want to take over for him. Basically, I'll do it in his place. Suddenly, Asusa stood up and pointed her glassy eyes toward me. I thought you were all about the meta emonships. Those words pierced straight through my heart. I had no intention of ever taking Takaya's place. I only wanted to finish whatever job he was working on. However, the searing pain in my heart was all the proof I needed to know that I was just making excuses. That realization was probably etched across my face, and Asusa likely picked up on it. But at that very moment, I didn't have the strength to stop Asusa from running away. Maybe she really does hate me.
泣かない泣かない。順兄の愛する妹がいっぱいラブチしてあげるからさ。
Chizuru embraced me from behind and gently patted my head.
よしよし。あ、そうだ。今日は順兄の大好きなお好み焼きだよ。
Yes.
ラブチおしまい。
じゃあレンチンしとくから勝手に食べてね。
I'll take the pancakes. My sister's crude method of consoling me resonated immensely in my heart. If I play with friends, it's fun to not be meta though. If I play ranked against strangers, then yeah, meta it is. Okay. Later that night, I was feeling restless and thought of Azusa while sprawled out on my bed.
ごめん。
Why did she apologize? I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who took Takaya from her, after all. A single ding from my phone notified me of a message through the Choco app. Hinata? Thank you for today. I have an important favor to ask. What is that? What is that profile picture? Something I can only ask you, Junior-san. That's random. Yeah! What kind of profile picture is that? This is giving Doki Doki vibes? Is that the only visual novel we've ever played, isn't it? It's random. What's up? Are you free tomorrow? Before class? Is it urgent? No, wait. I meant after. I messed up. Calm down. I did have to go to work tomorrow. It was the first day of Chunyu Tour Guide Season 2. Sorry, I have work tomorrow. How about the day after tomorrow? Is she in a rush? The day after tomorrow is fine. Or even tomorrow night if it's urgent. The day after tomorrow works for me as well. Thank you. Oh, a favor, huh? A couple? Like 15? 15 is not a couple. Unless you're polyamorous. Polyamorous as fuck. It was now Tuesday, the day I made plans with Hinata, and the favor Hinata had asked for was...
残っててくれた。
Hinata shoved her bag at me, ran straight down the aisle, and snagged the acrylic keychain she had left behind the other day from off the shelf.
私のために残っててくれたんだよね。そういう運命だよね。
Should have just bought both, like I said.
一人にさせてごめんね。二人はいつも一緒だもんね。
She whispered to the acrylic keychain nestled in her palm with glassy eyes.
買ってきます。
Hinata retrieved the bag she had thrown at me and headed to the registers, seemingly overcome with emotion. Safe travels. Hinata's important favor amounted to tagging along with her so she could buy the matching acrylic keychain. She had apparently come to a sudden realization shortly after arranging the acrylic on her desk.
一人になって寂しがってる。やっぱり二人が揃わないと輝けないんだ。
Yep, that's what I said. It was around the time that she caved and sent a message through Choco. I couldn't help but wonder if it was really that important. Hinata explained how she felt about the situation, but she was too worked up and talked too fast for me to understand most of what had come out of her mouth. Sure, why not? I could see how happy she was when I saw her lined up at the register. Getting to see that side of her made it all worth it. Hinata was facing forward in her seat beside me on the train as she spoke. You mean yesterday?
それもありますけど、少し前から。
I was personally tasked with a job for an indeterminate amount of time. has a Sumisara tour guide.
旧宅の話ちゃんと進めてください。放っておいたら千早様が拗ねてしまいますから。
I know, I was surprised by how much effort she's been putting into this renovation. As in, not deciding what to do with it?
そうではなくて。
So she isn't?
いいですもう。
Saying never mind is only going to make me worry more.
いいんです。
It was like she had slammed the door right in my face. It would be a waste of time to pry any further. I screwed up. It occurred to me that I'd missed my chance to talk to Chihaya about Shunyu. I guess I may as well check with Hinata about this first. So listen, the person I've been giving the tour to has been going around looking at old buildings in Sumisara. I mentioned the old estate and they were interested in taking a look around.
どんな方ですか？
What are they like? Well, they are a student from our university, and the sporty one at that. She's a beautiful, healthy woman. For a moment, Hinata gazed at me like she had seen something absurd.
さっき私が言ったことの意味、本当に理解してないんですね。
Earlier?
まあいいです。千早様には私から伝えておきます。純也さんが言うと大変なことになりそうですから。
Another never mind. Hinata was being awfully difficult today. What do you mean take a turn for the worse?
言っても理解してもらえませんので。
He has a boyfriend. Fiancé. Fine, she can't be jealous. Fine, you're probably right. Well, I'd appreciate it if you could pass along the message.
純也さんのデリカシーのなさを認めたわけではないですからね。
After a sharp glare, Hinata's expression softened just a bit.
それでもあの頃の純也さんよりはずっといいです。事故の後本当に辛そうでしたから。
Yeah. I was an emotional wreck after the accident, and I slept most of the day away at home without so much as stepping foot on campus. Eating anything also proved to be quite challenging. I knew I had to, but I couldn't be bothered to reach for my rice bowl or chopsticks. Chihaya and Hinata had stopped in to Sugendo every day to check on me until I could stand on my own 2 feet again. Caused a lot of trouble for you two back then. You seem fine now, though, right?
そうですね。
She hesitated, if only for a moment. Oh, yeah, do you have any ideas on what my brother may have been searching for, Hinata? I asked Hinata about what Takaya seemingly had been looking for prior to his accident.
いえ、私も千早様も高谷さんと話す機会はありませんでしたから。
My brother was much older than us, and had no reason to hang around Chihaya or Hinata. I guess not.
水源堂の車に乗ってる高谷さんを見ることはしょっちゅうでしたけど。あ、
Hinata stared off into space as if she had recalled something.
そういえば去年の春に千早様と旧宅に伺った時、あの車が通りに止まっているのを何度か見ました。
Was it the old estate that often?
ええ、4回か5回くらいだったと思います。 千早様が純也が乗ってるかもって毎回覗いていたので覚えています。誰も乗ってなかったので高谷さんかどうかは分かりませんけど。
True. Could have been my old man or Jin-san. I could look into this at the office to find out.
今思うと少し変ですね。
How so?
おじい様はずっと千早様とお話ししていました。その日は使用人はいない日でした。となるとその人は私たちに挨拶もせずに仕事をされていたということでしょうか。
I like that we're taking our time to build a conspiracy here. Especially after playing so many, like, really fast visual novels, comic games. Hinata and I enjoyed tapioca milk tea near the station after we'd made it back to Sumisara. The tapioca was in the street.
今日のお礼です。
Yeah. I was grateful to her for it.
あの頃本当に心配していたのは千早様です。純也さんを。どちらかというと私は千早様の方が心配でした。
You've always adored princesses, huh?
いけませんか。
Followed in at this gaze and found 3 children playing in front of the bus stop in their kindergarten smocks. There was 1 boy and 2 girls, and I knew exactly what Hinata was picturing in her mind.
私の中で千早様はお姫様なんです。初めて会った時から今日までずっと。
I know.
ならこれは知ってますか。私は小さい頃千早様は純也さんと結婚すると思ってました。
That's random.
そうでしょうか。お姫様が幼なじみの庶民と身分違いの恋を成就させる定番です。
You sure you don't want to marry her yourself?
私はその2人をずっと支えていくんだと思っていました。
Didn't picture yourself getting married?
私は
The trio of rowdy children boarded the bus upon its arrival and soon vanished beyond the horizon.
どうだったかな。あの頃どう思ってたかは覚えてません。でも千早様の相手は純也さんではなかった。物語のようにはうまくいきませんね。
Of course they don't.
私は責任の半分は純也さんにあると思ってますけどね。
What do you mean?
そう。
Hinata looked quite relieved when she sucked on her straw. It was clear she was done talking. Taking a walk? No. Taking a walk down memory lane? The past aside, what about now?
結婚ですか。そうですね。子供は欲しいですね。たくさん産みたいです。3人か4人くらい。
What are these fictional Japanese characters that want 3 or 4 kids? We know that's not how it works in Japan. Wow. The both didn't sound like Hinata. Whichever the case, it had been an unexpected answer. It's their fantasy. Unironically, it's to motivate people to have kids. She wanted to have a lot of kids, huh? To have children, she would have to get pregnant. That wasn't something she could do by herself. Well, that's not true. Which meant...
今、いやらしいこと考えたでしょ。
Yes! The Japanese people, it's a fantasy to have multiple kids because in their society it's not something people have. Maybe. She is rich though. What do you mean?
顔に出るって言いました。
Yeah, it did.
エッチ。
I'm sorry.
よろしい。一人っ子だったので、兄弟が大勢いる家族に憧れています。純也さんの家は見ていていつも楽しそうでした。
My home looks fun to you?
そうですよ。子供ができたらどんな名前にしようかなんてたまに考えたりしますよ。
Wow, like what?
そうですね。
I'm gonna go lurk mode while you seduce this underage breather fancy girls with your new haircut, David. I'm sleepy. She's 20 years old. She's a university student. Enjoy your lurk mode. Wow, but it's such a good name.
ダメです。
Right. Go sleep it off. As we got closer to Sugendo, I spotted Misa talking to someone outside on her phone.
帰りにスーパー寄ってきてほしいんだけど、そう、明日のパン人数分、父さんの好きなのでいいよ。
She was apparently talking to her old man. Did that mean there were people in the office? To her old man? You mean our old man?
で、お酒はダメ。まだあるもん。あ、ジュニー。
I tried to split mine to avoid disturbing her, but she called out to me anyway.
餌付け作戦、大成功。
She gave me a firm thumbs up and resumed their discussion with Dad. Something about that seemed familiar. Azusa and Aino-chan were sucking on the bottle-shaped milkshakes.
ジュニアさん。
It looks like something that would be over in the snap of a finger. This is a frozen place for a moment when she saw me and looked at the frozen fruit dangling from her mouth. She still had more than half left. She went back to slurping on her ice cream. Is it a milkshake or an ice cream? True, this was a resounding success.
おかえりなさい、ジュニアさん。
I'm back. Everything going okay with you two? Aino-chan briefly glanced over at her, but Azusa remained focused on her ice cream.
多分、でもまだちょっとだけかもですけど。
Thanks for this.
いえ、そんな。私はジュニアさんの味方ですから。
Aino-chan, you're so kind.
優しいだなんて、そんな。
Azusa, be friendly with Mizura and Aino-chan too, won't you? Well, this was preferable to her running off on me. I just needed to take this one step at a time. Alright then, I have one more job for today. I grabbed the key from the drawer of the office's desk and headed for the cabinet. Last spring at the old estate, huh? All of Sugendo's work orders were stored in this cabinet. As long as it was a formal job offer, then there should be documentation of who had been in charge of what job. Either my old man or Jin-san were assigned to the job at the old estate, and it was likely documented here. If they didn't, then it's possible he was repairing a drain pipe or similar like he usually did. But if there wasn't a corresponding record, then that would start to raise some red flags.
あれ、順に何してんの？
Mizora wrapped up her call with Dad and approached the cabinet. Aino-chan found her way over to me as well. I may have a lead on what Takaya was searching for.
マジ？そんな簡単に見つかるもん？お兄さんの探し物？
Aino-chan looked concerned as she tilted her head. Yeah, anyone would be worried to randomly hear something like that. Actually... I spun around and Azusa's screen to find her standing upright with a bright red face. She began her cautious approach and proceeded to glare up at me.
言ったはず。高谷の代わりなんていない。お前は高谷の代わりなんてできない。そんなの、私は許さない。
For whatever reason, Azusa didn't look especially angry. She looked afraid, if nothing else. Azusa suddenly thrust her finger straight at my face.
これからお前を監視する。
Monitoring. It was nothing short of blindsided, and it took a moment for her words to really sink in. Why are you going to monitor me?
お前がバカなことを考えないように。高谷の代わりなんてさせないから。
Okay.
食材を余らせないってことも小さな店では重要だ。
I think that's gonna be it for me for today. 5 hours, good time. I think this game's gonna last us for a while. But that's fine. I've cleared up some of the stuff piling around. And if I have some other stuff piling around, I might just do some afternoon streaming. So we'll see. I do intend to go all the way with this one. I'm enjoying it a lot. And I want to see where it goes. I'm interested. We're taking the time to build this mystery, and so far, I'm here for it. We'll see where it goes. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow with more Since Memories. Thanks for watching and hanging out, and I will see you then. Bye.